This thing, she seems like one of those people that could make a mountain out of molehill. Oh. Deuces. All right, whatever. There we go. All right, we're out. I don't know why that wasn't working. Sorry. What's up? What's up? We're on that way. Gonna get to play. About to hit that shit up and be all way. Wait. Sorry. I think I'm a little baked. Smoked a little J. Might need to smoke another one. Just in case, you know. Just in case, though. What up? What up, player? Over here in the Grift Cave. How y'all doing today? It's another episode of Griftcast. That's right, Griftcast IRL. How you doing? My name is Manuel Chavez III, or the turd, depending on how you know me. Otherwise known as Manny. It's just easier for you to say Manny. And yes, my name is Manuel, M-A-N-U-E-L, but I say it Manuel, because it's easier that way for me. And that's the way I say it, so that's the way you should say it too. Don't be trying to correct me on that shit. Anyways, this is gonna be an interesting episode. Because I don't want to like be all gloating and shit and acting like I'm all tough and stuff. But I figured I would take a little bit of time to go over this article for you guys in a positive way, because it seems like you know, I don't want to gloat or anything like that. I don't want to be a dick, you know. That ain't who I is. But goddamn, motherfuckers. Anyways, so yeah, if you haven't noticed, there's been an addendum that has been posted to the Tim Pool, Tim Cast, Eliza Bleu, Extravaganza, Perpetual, something or other machine. Wait, hold on. What the fuck is that shit called? Welcome to Special Citizen. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks to Tim Pool. Oh, wait, no, that's not what it was called. It was just called Addendum to the Perpetual Trauma Machine. Yes, the Perpetual Trauma Machine. Because it's kind of fitting, I think, because it talks about, you know, my trauma, which it took me a while to even be able to talk about that live again, because like having to relive that shit is worse enough, and then getting trolled over it sucks. I mean, the whole situation just sucks, to be perfectly frank. I don't like it, right? Because it brings me back into a lot of old shit, and then everybody always wants me to do some kind of thing, right? They want to do some kind of thing, and goddamn it, look at that! Somebody in here coming in with the good grift shit. Goddamn it, King V the Fourth, you beautiful son of a bitch! You and your $20 super chat, them Australian dollars. Here's 10 times what I said, Farron. Glad you're here. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. We love your money. We love your subscriptions. Also, thank you to that person that just subscribed there. I missed your name. Let me pull up my little Streamlabs desktop thing. Or, damn it, that's not what I wanted to fucking pull up. I wanted to pull up Streamlabs. So, yeah, I just wanted to sit here and talk about it. You know, no interruptions. Nobody else getting into my bullshit with it for at least a little bit, so I can, like, put my thoughts down. Because it's just, like, I don't ever get to do that anymore. But what people need to understand is that the article that came out is not an article that is written by Shane Cashman. That's the number one thing that you need to be aware of. It's the number one thing you need to be aware of, is that this article was not written by Shane Cashman, although he is in the article, right? Because this is an interview, a conversation between me and Shane Cashman that happened on like Saturday or whatever, the one that I told you about. Although it seems like they didn't put the whole thing in there, they cut out some parts, which is fine, or whatever. Jamie Jennings, thanks for becoming a subscriber. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for sharing the Griftcast. Please send us money. So, we started off with this thing. So, like, I hadn't talked to, what's it called? I had to talk directly to this guy after he posted that fucking article because, you know, it really confirmed all of my biggest fears, is that, you know, when Tim Pool was talking about the gang stalker, or, you know, the PR company, he was referring to me. I know I told you guys about this pretty clearly and crazily, you know, like every chance that I got, I made sure to bring it up. You know, it's not like I wasn't telling people about this or anything like that. I think I've been the most upfront person about it. So I think that this right here, it was a pretty good conversation because overall we talked for like an hour, maybe hour and a half, probably. I'm not sure. All I know is that he said that he wasn't recording it, but obviously I knew that was a lie because he's the fucking reporter or whatever. So I just said, yes, you have permission to record it. And he's probably in some kind of state that, you know, he only has to get one party permission. In Nevada, where I'm at, you need to have both parties agree to it. If not, you know, like there's a problem. So he never indicated that he was recording it or whatever. And that's going to be a whole different issue on his end or whatever. If I ever, you know, but I'm not planning on going taking any legal action. That's the thing, is that I think a lot of dickholes out there, and I'm calling them dickholes because, like, what the fuck, man? What are you trying to do to me? You think I got the fucking money to be suing Tim Pool? Did I ever have the intention of suing Tim Pool? Did I ever make that like the thing? Like, I will troll Tim Pool. I will make some memes. Did you see the meme that I made of myself for the fucking thumbnail? Do you see this shit? I will make fun of anybody, including myself, for a laugh or whatever, and it makes some money. But like, seriously, that's not how I make my money, right? This isn't something that I wanted to see. So overall, I wanted to handle the situation not like a psychopath, not like a crazy person, not going all stormed earth, because I didn't have the support of a lot of other people, I would have to say, because nobody really wanted to talk to me about my story, how it's kind of the same thing as this. So in a sense, getting Timcast and his audience to basically put this out there as the addendum so people can read it in the same frequency that all of the other stories are read, I think it paints a broader stroke of a picture, because it really doesn't take anything away from what was said in the Eliza Bleu situation, but it does. I'm not going to say retract what was said about me, but I guess it gives some specific context. Although I definitely sound like an idiot throughout this thing. And that's more or less because I just woke it up, and I mean, I'm trying to like recall shit, like, and I hadn't even eaten yet or drank coffee or nothing. So it was like a little bit of a problem, but that's okay, you know. Overall, I don't really talk like that all of the time. I do have those tics or whatever that I've been trying to work forward through, but when you're on the spot and you're just kind of going and riffing off of your brain, it is it. So people need to know Cassandra Fairbanks took the transcript from the recorded conversation, and then this is what you're reading on the internet now is the assembled transcript of that. You know, this isn't Shane Cashman writing this at all. There's no real editing going on anywhere. It's literally very light editing where some six are put in, or, you know, they put in the name, the company, or they, you know, they're adding in stuff, but really there's nothing that's taken out other than the names of the people involved with Shadowbox, because they don't want to get fucked with, right? Like, because they already understand that reputation companies exist, these people are fucking real, and you should be worried about them. And then I think they're probably the most important thing about this entire article that people need to realize is that the company in question had offered normal services of a PR company, but extended to reputation management tracking by creative by creating positive and negative social media campaigns. They would buy positive articles, postings, and accounts to promote people, but would also engage in negative campaigns against the target if the client requested. Chavez said that they were essentially a group of loppers trying to copy the model of Black Cube and Redacted. So everybody keeps on saying, oh, Shadowbox is a fucking great evil company or whatever. Well, suck a dick. Because they sucked ass, okay? They couldn't even build a website, and they had to come to this dipshit to do it, okay? That's how I got wrapped into this whole fucking shit, okay? Now, if you look at this right here, Black Cube, a select group of veterans from the Israeli Elite Intelligence Unit that specialize in tailored solutions to complex business and litigation challenges. Doesn't that sound kind of like the Shadowbox thing? It's almost like somebody just like reworded that shit or something like that, isn't it? Yeah, it kind of feels like that. When I'm looking at it, you know, it's almost like I did that, right? Or I made sure that the copy was very, very clearly a reworded version of somebody else. Right. So these guys, this is who they thought they were. Or this is who they wanted to be. And it's not even like they were even close to being this people, right? And they were trying to say that they were going to do a little bit of unethical conduct, right? A little bit of unethical conduct. But overall, these types of companies do exist. They've been around for a long time. There's even another company that comes up a lot called Redacted. And Redacted is a cybersecurity company on its face, but a lot of people have been very clear that they also have operations in other areas that do some interesting stuff. And if you haven't, if you remember, not that long ago, somebody with the name Redacted came into the channel, sent a really weird super chat, and everything got funky. Well, that's the company, cybersecurity people, right? So these companies actually exist. And what you need to understand is that Shadowbox was not even a shadow of what these people are. It was a bunch of fucking criminals and LARPers that were literally coming together trying to be this, but hopelessly never, ever even going to be close. So it's like you have to break it down for people in this nature and fashion, because a lot of people think, oh, they got hundreds of thousands of bots and shit like that. I don't know. I don't even think they had like 50 bots. You know what their whole operation was? Is getting people that were a part of their Cicada organization to create 6 or 7 different Twitter accounts that they could go post shit out on. And that's how they thought that we're going to get some kind of traction when they're coming up against a gigantic company that pays hundreds of thousands of dollars, actually has bots and stuff. So it needs to be said that, yes, the Shadowbox stuff was a real company that these dudes were trying to shut up. And when I got injected into the company, I had to deal with a guy named Ed Batowski. And most people, if you haven't heard of his name or whatever, Ed Batowski is the guy that came up a lot in the Seth Rich conspiracy theory. But if you notice, when you search for him on Google, it says American Finance Advisor, Chapwood Investments, you know, like his stuff is very, very clean, right? He's a $3 million money man. It's because I was helping him with his reputation management. So I can actually affect the search results on Google. This is something that I learned to do for a company called Firesight, right? But I employed my own techniques and such to do this stuff. And it was all part of me trying to figure out how to do new cool shit, right? But most of the techniques were developed before Firesight. These guys hired me to actually, in the beginning, do their IT infrastructure and assist people in this type of stuff, because I had a pretty good operation on online reputation for myself, being able to help other brands like the Arizona State University, Wallpapers, Red Bull, Beefeater, Green Mountain Grills, Barrett Jackson, the Harkins Theater, Honeywell, These are all different companies that I've done work for, whether it's building some websites, fixing some software or something like that, or people a part of our company doing some kind of like design work, whether it's graphic design. I'm not that great at it. I could do it, but definitely I always hired out for like the really good stuff. So in working for this guy right here is when we got into this whole Seth Rich thing. And you'll notice that there's really no Seth Rich stuff on his stuff, right? But if you flip over into the news section, well, yeah, there's all kinds of it, but wow, it's really weird. It doesn't show up on his fucking page, man. How come it doesn't show up on his page? How do you do that? Well, if you want to fucking pay me money, I'll fucking teach you. But at this particular juncture, you know, basically the only thing that we actually can't take control of is the news tab. It's just, there's no way to do it. And, you know, the fact that I was able to do a lot of this shit for free is a thank you to this guy for, you know, trying to help me out, and, you know, becoming involved in this crazy situation is the least that I could fucking do. Okay. So overall, this guy got discredited because of the Seth Rich story, and he was hiring a company like Shadowbox, a reputation management firm, PR firm, because he was freaking out seeing all these different articles coming out about him online. He was losing contracts. He was worried about this journalist, David Folkenflick, that was like literally digging into every little nook and cranny of his life. And Thomas Schoenberger and his crew, you know, they thought some of the other people, maybe they thought they were helping, but Thomas Schoenberger just saw a mark. He saw a target. He saw somebody that he could go after and basically get money out of, right? And my dumb ass, thinking that he's like some cool guy associated with Cicada 3301 and believing the lies that he was talking about himself, you know, gets wrapped up in this situation because I wanted to know about what this guy had to know about the Seth Rich conspiracy theory. I wanted to know what was going on with it. So I fell into this and got into tons of litigation, but I never actually got sued. I went to the fucking lawyers for the Rich family and shit. I offered them my shit. I was like, here you go. And then they were like, well, we're going to depose you and we want to do a deposition. They set it up. And then I was like, well, how about I just live stream it? And then, you know, we'll live stream for 5-6 hours. You just, you know, I'll just go through the emails. You tell me what to look up. And then I will just go one by one, video, everything. And then you guys could download it and it'll be perfect. If you have to go back and get something, you can just go fucking look at it. You know, by me, you know, fucking fantastic. $5 super chat from somebody. His name is Benefesta Cheapas. Defango cannot get defanged. Defamed but untamed. Libeled but unrivaled. Cashman wanted to get the blood, but instead he's getting sued. Well, no, he's not actually getting sued now because, you know, at least I got to speak my piece. Overall, throughout working with this situation, it created a lot of problems. And this is ultimately where the Shadowbox company died, because once we realized that Schoenberger wasn't capable of the things that he was doing, and he was taking money directly into his own personal bank account in order to facilitate whatever criminal shit that he was doing. Like, he wasn't even paying anybody else, right? He was just putting it all in his personal bank account. There wasn't an LLC. There wasn't any business associated to any of this stuff. It was all just lies. And he was pretty much lying to me and everybody else out there, trying to basically pull money out of this $3 million money man, right? So now you understand that this isn't the story that they're trying to tell you. It's so much more weird and nefarious and crazy, because we're talking about a criminal that, like, is kind of well known now on the internet, who seems to be involved with all this stuff. But this is the first time that we actually caught him red-handed, being involved in a conspiracy theory and manipulating his own thoughts and people that were associated with it to create a disinformation campaign. And that Thomas Schoenberger guy also had people going at George Webb and Jason Goodman, and actually helped create the situation that spurred the Who Spoofed the Seth Rich file situation that came out in the motherfucking first place. So, and I think we actually do have that shit, something on that to that effect. But let's see, who spoofed that right there at the top. Who spoofed the Seth Rich files? You know,
my name is H.A. Goodman, and I'm an author college.
There's, it's all like,
some shit is going
it's wild.
down.
Okay, this shit happened. Okay, there was videos and shit.
Down. And I'm the last person to
danger zone. Fucking
to
danger
ask
zone.
people to make peace because
who is spoofing the Seth Rich files? Anything could be in there.
Tell me, who is spoofing the Seth Rich file?
Pandemic.
This is Manuel Defango, and I am a 5-dimensional AI robot. Sorry, I'm muted. My bad. My audio died for some reason. Anyways, so as you can see, this shit's fucked up. Yeah. If you got that, then you'll see that this shit is definitely fucked up. For sure. You can see this shit's fucked up. So, overall, we fell into this situation with all these criminals and all of this other shit and all of this other crap that happened. And honestly, when we came back to Edward Butowski, it wasn't because, like, we were trying to help Thomas actually make a business or do something with himself. We were trying to make it so that this fool basically got arrested and then we got rid of his ass so we didn't have to deal with him anymore. But he even escaped on that one. We worked with Ken Paxton, the AG of Texas, on that shit. He's the one that actually explained to me exactly how dangerous this individual was and how we needed to separate ourselves from him completely because everything that we heard was true and then some. And then I was like, ah, cool, tight. Well, then I'm getting the fuck out of here. And that's what I did, right? And we exposed the cicada people. We exposed them. And thanks for the $2 already, Fusion, because I was muted. Thank you for paying me for my fuck up. I appreciate that. Thank you. You know, honestly, more people need to be like this. Next time that my mic is muted or whatever, you should fucking super chat me to let me know instead of just, you know, saying it in the chat or whatever, because I'm going to ignore you. Anyways, but yeah, Ken Paxton, the AG of Texas, the Ken Paxton. And you know what? I also helped Ken Paxton's wife personally get elected. She was having trouble with internet trolls that were like posting horrendous shit on every single one of her profiles and stuff. And guess what? I did the meticulous work of going through and reporting every single one of them. Great. That's what I got to do. But yeah, you know, like she actually won a race, which was good. But ultimately, I didn't get paid for anything like that. I was just donating my time to, make sure people are aware that I'm not a piece of shit like Thomas Schoenberger. And, it was never about the money for me. It was just always about, making sure people that weren't sullying my good name, right? So now we get to this article, and this is where we're at, right? My life hasn't been all that great since all this stuff down. There's a lot of people that have followed through to this entire situation, and there's a lot of people that haven't. Basically, there's just people that, like, they're not aware of half of this stuff. Even Shane Cashman and probably half of the people at Timcast don't even care to know or weren't able to find anything because all of those people, their accounts have been disabled or deleted or whatever. And I mean, at the end of the day, it's where I want it to be. It's where I wanted it to stay. At least I got to speak my piece, even if it's not a great piece. And sure, it's gonna piss off some other people, maybe some other YouTubers or whatever. But honestly, who fucking cares? I don't. All I really ever cared about was being able to, like, speak the piece. And clearly, right now with this particular situation, I'm at least favorable with where we're at. I'm not planning on suing Timcast or anything like that, because at least I got to speak my piece, and people are going to believe whatever they're going to believe. Getting Tim Pool to say something, it's not going to help me, and definitely not going to help him. So with no money and just a little bit of finesse, that's the kind of situation you can get yourself done, right? They could slander you into oblivion, but I mean, is it really about the money? Maybe for some other people it is. Maybe they want to be able to make content on it or whatever. I mean, I'm kind of sick of it. But I'm not sick of Farron. Well, though we might be. I don't know. So we were just on her show talking about this. I don't know if she's muted or not, though. Yeah, she's muted. You might need to switch your audio settings, because it's a different program than you're used to.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. She was trying to stay muted until you guys sent another super chat. So
exactly. Yeah, I only talk when there's a...
Oh, that's just somebody subscribing. Welcome, Senophorus Bandal. Whatever your name is. Thank you for subscribing. Send us some money. Now I'm just like, where's my water? I feel like I've talked a lot about this, but I don't really know where people are going to be at with it. Maybe some people don't understand my point of view or whatever, but I mean, do I really want to sit here and read this whole fucking article again? I already read it like 3 times today. I should have done it live when she sent it to me before they posted it, but then I was like, I don't want to do that shit. I figured it's not that long, but it does kind of go through a lot of stuff. I mean, I did read the first part of it. Chavez begins associating people close to the company after delving into an intricate popular online puzzle. Gaining some alleged attention by allegedly solving them, he interacted with the people he believed created the puzzles. According to him, he felt like he had been taken hostage over by their hopium. Yep, that's about right. Although, I don't know what all this is about allegedly solving them. I did that shit live. There's no legend about that. Some people try to tell me that it's not, but, maybe it is. And it's not the first time that I've probably gotten slandered by, like, a gigantic creator or whatever. And it probably won't be the last time, at least I hope.
I'm texting Megan right now to let her know that we're live and if she wants to pop in to talk about the new addendum.
Yeah, I see
my new addendum.
I'm just waiting for Gene to come back up over here too. I told him to give me like 20 minutes so I could explain everything. So what did it say? Chavez says he's spent years trying to expose the wrongdoings of the people that in that circle, but keeps getting lumped in with them despite his best efforts. Yeah, that's pretty fucking true. He told Shane Cashman that he ended up getting a restraining order against some of the people that he used to interact with, and then ultimately moved to another state to escape the danger that he believed he posed to him. And I sent them the copies of, the restraining orders that I took out on Thomas. I even sent them a copy of the restraining order that Thomas tried to take out on me, and the dismissal from the judge, where the judge dismissed it, and then Thomas tried to verbal argue while he was in the court, and then the judge was like, no, I'm still dismissing it. You can have a good day, Mr. Schoenberger. And then I've even been told that apparently Thomas has been messaging people over at Timcast very furiously.
Furiously.
What he does, actually. Like, he just emails people constantly. And, I mean, he's been trying to give information on me to them. He's like, oh, I got all the inside secrets on Manuel Defango. Here's everything. But at this point, they're not even talking to him. Everybody's just like, no, we're just going to ignore him. And I told them that's the smart thing to do. I'm like, don't engage. Don't even, you answer that email and he's yours forever. You know, I was like, and I don't want that for you. So, and I keep telling people, like, I'm mentioning his name, but I can't be more fucking clear, you know, with my language when I say that if you're a person out there, then you need to worry about it. And then Molly Moon, thanks a lot. Tug's talking about my shit, but guess what? It's my shit. I'd rather talk about it or listen to me talk about
that's
it.
my shit. All the girls want to be like this.
Exactly like that. Why would I care about Tug talking about it? You can come over here and talk about it. You can be on my show and his show at the same time. Actually,
exactly.
You could be on the same time. We got James Marcel. Thank you for the subscription. And then that other person that just subscribed, also thank you for the subscription. Cinefor Bandal. No, his name was Chimp Pool. That's funny. So, overall, it's kind of funny. Like, I think that what this whole article tells me is that Tim Pool still believes that they're all right and a PR company's after him. And I mean, I guess that's fine. It just sounds really dumb now that you read this. I mean, I got to assume that he probably gave this a once over or whatever, at least, or he will in the next, 36 hours, probably, according to my calculations. So overall, I'm not expecting anybody saying anything. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I send you something in the private chat for you to play that is actually a documentary exclusive for part 3 that I found today, and my head literally effing exploded. You ready for this?
Sure.
You got to lower your music though, because it is music.
Yeah, just go ahead, put it out there.
Shows up in the first 15 seconds.
Isn't that Shane Cashman video?
I was gonna say, I don't think people have seen this. Don't ruin it. Don't ruin the surprise.
What surprise? The All I Ever Wanted video?
Make it big, baby.
Yeah. All I ever needed.
Yeah. So tell me what to do now when I want you back.
Why did he name that song that? Like,
I don't know, but he's a video vixen too. He's a video vixen.
I didn't know that he was a video vixen.
For some random reason, I just Googled or YouTube Tim Pool music.
Dude, what is going on with these shoes?
I don't know, but they look like he just walked off the set of Newsies.
What the bro, where did you get these boots?
Bro, the 1920s called. They want their galoshes back. But like I said, I just pulled up like Tim Pool music, and I was like, oh, what was that song that he did? Because it was like only one song. Because okay, really quick too.
Does he have two?
I don't know if I have no idea, but there was a video that came out from Tim Pool today on his one channel talking about how they're getting rid of the one channel and how they're going to now start doing more man on the street, or as we call it in the industry, MOS, and how they're going to be doing like documentaries. Like I guess Lauren Southern is releasing a documentary on Timcast.
Oh, really?
And I was like, oh, because I text messaged Chrissy and Frank this. I was like, have you seen his video talking about how he's getting rid of this channel? And Chrissy was like, yeah, when I was there, they were talking about how they were going to do like music and comedy sketches and stuff. And I was like, well, that's weird. And then I was like, whatever happened to Tim Pool's music? And then I like YouTubed it and I watched the video and I was like, oh my galoshes. Shane is the main character.
I've never done a video.
Yeah, right, bitch. No.
She's
You've
the
done a
main
video,
character.
girl. Shane is the main character in that music video. Just watch it. You don't even have to play the music. Just watch it.
Yeah, it's like him and
It's
his wife
all
or something.
him. Yeah, and I was like, this is
It's like
strange.
a love letter to Shane. It was a love letter to Shane.
And look at
And
like all
it's
the
like,
everything's cracked. Oh no, he's tatted up too. But I saw this and I was like, what is going on here? This is
yeah, it's
like
whenever I see a dude that's all tatted up, I don't have any tattoos, man. Be like, who you trying to impress, brother?
I like Russell. Gay.
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 I like the bandana though. I didn't even know Tim Pool had a fucking band. And then why is this guy like on there?
Oh, look at
And where did they
Shane's
film
yelling.
this? Like, whose house is this?
Eliza's. No,
Like,
I
they
don't
just
know.
found like some shitty house somewhere and then they just filmed in it? Because like it's real fucked up, man. Like nobody lives here.
I mean,
And then whose car is this Lexus? Like who owns the Lexus?
but I
What's
mean,
going
like you look at this and you're just kind of like, wow, Shane's a video vixen too. Yeah, world star. Exactly. But he's quite the actor.
Yeah.
They
What are
filmed
the
it on the
lyrics to
farm.
this song? Do you think that you'd leave me there?
Oh, Jimmy Dore's on Timcast right now. Oh.
Jimmy Doors on
Oh yeah,
Timcast right now?
yeah,
That
because Jimmy's
motherfucker.
Jimmy's in DC this weekend for the Rage Against the War Machine rally that I'll be at on Sunday.
Oh, 49 through Super Chat. Defango, would you consider replicating half your DNA with Farron? I think that she might provide you with genetically efficient children. Oh, Jesus. That's inappropriate, but I mean, Farron, do you have any thoughts on that?
I mean, take the money, take the super chat. We'll
I'll take
respond.
the money.
Sure, why not? Give another super chat for an answer.
Yeah, we'll take one more Super Chat for the answer, but it needs to be at least $10 this time. Double.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Jimmy is on Tim, not Tim's on Jimmy. My apologies. Fake news.
Oh yeah, look, it is Nancy Cashman. It is his wife. See?
Oh, I mean, I will say, I mean, it's good acting, great, but I just saw it and I was like, oh, Shane's a video vixen too? What?
Y'all get impressed by the funniest things. Y'all, but you know what I've been looking at? I've been getting into bxbullet.tv because I've been trying to figure out who this bitch is ever since that article came out. Because, I already figured that this was going to be out sometime today. So,
well, I will say
I was
this,
messing with her all day. I've been messing with her all day.
And we better
That's
go through it.
$1.99. That's only $1.99, bro. Would you mix your DNA with Defango if he was the last person on Earth? No. Yes, maybe. I don't know. I don't like answering those types of questions. It's inappropriate.
Very inappropriate.
Super inappropriate. But I will read your super chat and take your money. So, I don't know, man. Like, it seems weird. This last paragraph right here is probably going to piss people off right here. Where did I call people junkies? Somewhere around here.
First of all, junkies is like, when I say old people term, I mean like,
oh, right here.
not that my parents are old, but like, you bunch of junkies. Like, that's like hearing like, you big bozo, you junkies. Like, what?
This guy right here knows what's up. It looks like a bad Creed video.
Can you take me higher?
I like Creed too. Man. People always make fun of me for it.
Well, I was gonna say, like, what happened? Why did everybody make so much fun of Creed? I mean, like,
I like.
Was it? He was very Christian, right? Like they were Christian rock, right?
Yeah, they were Christian rock. That's why people hated them, I think.
Oh, okay. I get it.
Yeah, my friends used to make fun of me when I was listening to it, but then they would be breaking out into the song just as loud as me, and I'd just be like, "You guys are bitches, man." That's when I started to realize that people just make fun of things sometimes, even though they love it. Just because it's funny to get people's reactions. Because then you'll start to notice that sometimes people will be like, "Oh yeah, I hate that," but they actually like it.
By the way, I do want to.
I love to hate it.
I do want to recognize Pow Pow in the chat, who said that
Who's Pow Pow?
You just trafficked Shane in the in this video.
Mm-hmm. It's fine.
I wonder if he would take that back. I wonder if he would. Yeah, I mean, because he has direct ties to Tim, he could probably take it back. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't, you know.
Holy
I
fucking
got as
tabs,
I'm as
bro.
closest I'm as closest to Tim Pool as I wanted. Like people don't get. I could have been asking to go onto the Tim Pool show. You know, they've put out people that have been my size before on their show. Except for there's no reason for me to ask to do that, and I wasn't about to try to do that during a time like this. So, you know, I had to pull that card for another reason, and now I'm still wrapped up in a completely different situation that is also equally as disturbing, but at least I think they're able to figure out what's up. I don't want to talk about it like super directly or whatever out of the people involved, but it does seem like the person's having a religious experience as opposed to they're having a religious experience whilst people are stalking them. So a lot of the stuff that they're saying is really weird, but at the same time kind of makes sense. It's just like, you know, you'd have to have been through it. At least in my case, you'd have to be through it like I went through it in order to get it. Because a lot of people don't understand that when you start dealing with these types of psychological operations or any type of information operation, whether it's the news, media, a movie that makes you cry, like there is a psychological component to the things that you imbibe no matter what. Right. So every time I look at these people, I have to realize that there's an extra step to everything. And, you know, part of like the psychological profile of like a YouTuber, what's happening, like every time a super chat comes in, that kind of thing can really get people addicted, you know, the dopamine rush, those types of hits. And
I know it's like, oh my God, another super chat. Here we go. Look for the vein. Look for the vein.
Yeah, get the vein. So, you know, we got Trisha H with the $4.99 super chat, which just says Piper 0101. What is that?
Piper Rama 101. Also, Turtle Boy, I see you in the chat. Get your ass in here.
I'll give him the guest link. I'll give him the guest link. Oh wait,
I
was about to go post that shit. I was about to post it. I keep forgetting that I have the goddamn thing up there. I gotta stop flashing my DMs to everybody. Ooh, I got some hooker messaging me on the internet though. I've been trying to get BXBullet.tv to get her ass up on here, but she won't do it. Which I don't know why. I'm just, you know, like I'm not gonna date her, but I will talk to her. Okay, you know, if she wants to ask me questions, call me a stalker, whatever. Fine. But
I mean, I'll say this, like, because I had never heard of her, and until she started tweeting me, I did go and look at a number of her videos on her Odyssey, and she does really good work as far as like deep dives into court cases and stuff like that. And like with that, I mean, mad respect. But it's like I'm of the impression of, and I know I'm probably people will be like, oh my God, Fran, you're such a hypocrite. Well, like if you want honey, don't kick over the beehive. You know, like. Come on in.
Oh, that was your password? No, you don't tell people that was your password.
I know, right?
Oh my God.
No, but like, it's one of these things where like, come on in, like, let's have a conversation. Let's collab. Like, I am all for, you know, people working together to find the truth. And like,
oh, I think I just missed somebody's super chat right there. That's from Daniel Clancy, $5. Here's 5 pretend Australian buddies. Like, yeah, Daniel, if you want to come on or whatever, I think I can message you a link on Twitter. Just let me know in the chat.
And let me tell you folks about Daniel. Daniel came to me in my email. And he, I believe you also emailed Chrissy as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, Daniel. But he messaged me his video on YouTube to Eliza. Daniel had a number of conversations with Eliza. And he basically put out this video saying like, hey, like, you got to fix this. Just like for survivors out there that have entrusted like their trust in you. And the video honestly made me cry. I mean, like it brought tears to my eyes because you could just see how he was so brokenhearted and his feelings were so raw. And he's been very vocal about how in the beginning he did not trust what people were saying about Eliza and thought that they were kind of attacking her. And then it started to turn where he started to morph into thinking like, wait, actually, what's really going on? Wait, why is this censorship happening? And it's one of these things where that's I think the crux with a lot of this, with these survivors, where they're like, why can't you just say like, you know, just come out and just show your past. It's not a problem. What's going on, Gene?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, Gene? Oh, was that 20 minutes, bro?
I don't know.
Did you go eat some French fries or something?
Now,
How
conspiracy
the hell do you know
theory.
that?
Conspiracy theory.
Bro, I told you. You sent me the little thing. I knew that
Pasta?
It's
you.
literally French fries.
Oh,
Here,
looks
let me
like
play it
pasta.
for you.
This is Manuel Defango, and I am a 5-dimensional AI robot.
Yeah.
See?
I don't
That's
need
why.
you anymore, dude. I got my own Defango. I can make him say anything I want.
Yeah, he can make me say anything he wants.
Mhm.
He's already been
So-
doing it.
Here's the thing. One's in the chat. If you
That's
think
actually
that it
something
was
I've said before.
one's in the chat, if you actually think that the man who sang the Star Spangled Banner on Sunday at the Super Bowl was Gene. 2, if you think it wasn't. I think that was Gene in disguise, playing his guitar, singing the Star Spangled Banner, which, by the way, that was one of the most moving Star Spangled Banners I've ever heard in my entire life.
That's pretty amazing, given that I didn't even watch the Super Bowl.
Gene,
You
you
didn't
were
even
amazing.
watch it?
Yeah,
Neither
you didn't
did
watch
I,
it because
dude.
you were there, bro. You were there singing it. You did an amazing job.
Well, thanks, but I didn't even watch it, so I'll have to see who the hell you're referring to.
Also, it
Yeah,
was
like,
Chris Stapleton.
You watched
Chris
Oh,
Stapleton.
it was
Was it?
Chris Stapleton. Who's
No.
that?
He did an amazing. And honestly, I didn't watch this. I only watched the Super Bowl literally just to see who was singing the Star Spangled Banner. He did an amazing job.
He looks
and,
quite a bit younger than I am.
Yeah, I probably don't want to play this, but let's see if we can find a picture of him.
and actually, it made the Philly coach, the coach
Dude,
from
your
the
beard's way
Eagles.
better than his.
Oh yeah, it's way better.
Well, first of all,
so
you
much better.
have reverse Jack Murphy beard, so already you're like,
Yeah, that's because Jack Murphy colors his beard. I've been saying that for years. You can't get a beard that looks like Jack Murphy's naturally. It doesn't work that way. This is the standard way that you get gray hair. So look at any photos, and going all the way back to black and white photos, you will always see that the dark stripes go down from your mustache, and that the area in between and the areas on the sides are always lighter. That's normal. Jack Murphy took this and then just painted the middle of his beard just to make himself look a little weirder. But I don't know if it was paint or some other substance. We're not going to go into that.
I definitely think that it
Oh.
was poop.
There he goes, stepping right into it.
Dude,
There it
I'm
is.
going right into it, straight into it. See, somehow Gene actually achieved something that I haven't been able to do in months, which was get a live stream to stay green.
Oh, you're welcome.
Haven't been able to do that for months because of my
Mm-hmm.
language, but I just laughed because I turned it on, or
I'm very
you-
PG.
we put it on, and then I was just like, it stayed green. What? It stayed green?
for those that don't know what we're talking about, there's a little like a mission control for your stream, and when he's saying to stay green, what that means is like
I'll just
it's a
show
little
'em, I don't care.
yeah, I would say it's a little button that shows that like you have good connection, that everything's okay, you're
No,
behaving.
that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this.
Oh,
Monetization.
that okay. Oh, gotcha.
I'm
See,
trying to
like,
get
if I
money
go down
coming in,
here-
dude.
It's just always the monetization is bunked, right? It's
Mhm.
always messed
Mhm.
up. But it's just so funny. He was on with Adam Curry and it stayed on. And I was like, what? How did he do this? This is amazing. Honestly, this was bigger news to me than the whole article coming out for everything else. And you may not believe that. You may think I'm joking, but I'm really not joking. I'm just being serious, dude. And now we got another dude up on here. We got
Turtle
Mr.
Boy!
Turtle
Turtle
What's up,
Boy!
Turtle Boy? How you doing, man?
What's happening?
Not much.
Turtle
Let's,
power,
Let's
activate.
get this thing all flipped up because I got too many things open up over here. Here we go. There we go. That's better.
Which can we? Okay, so sir, let's be the Jen. I'll be the Jen Psaki and circle back to the article. Can we talk? Can we talk about it? Do we want to go through it here? Shall we? Have you read it, Turtle Boy?
You actually want to go through that shit again? Damn! Didn't you just read that thing?
How do you?
I read it.
I missed part of what you were saying. How do you feel about that, Manny? The article.
I mean, I think that it's as good as I'm gonna get without spending any money. And I mean, I could ask for more, but essentially, it says exactly what I want it to say, and it's from my own words. So, you know, if people don't want to believe it, they don't have to believe it, but at least fixes, you know, some issues. You know, I ain't going to get that contract back probably for a little bit, but whatever. It doesn't really, you know, it affects me in some ways, but ultimately, I'm just kind of like, I'm happy that I was able to get this shit done, at least in a timely fashion, without having to do anything negative, like overly negative. I just made some memes and stuff, and some people got their feelings hurt. I'm sorry, or whatever. You saw the thumbnail for our stream. I can make fun of myself too.
Yeah. What I didn't like about it is that I feel like they're using it as a distraction to focus away from the fact that they are covering for Eliza Bleu, and that Shane is really freaking horrible at his job. And it's like, then it's like, it almost seemed like Shane was controlling the narrative, where, I'm glad you got to clear your name. Obviously, I understand why you did that, but I feel like they were using it to just distract from the bigger picture here, that Shane literally wrote an article, 3 articles, like ridiculous articles, that covered for Eliza Bleu, didn't address anything, and then blamed it all on you. And now it seems the focus of the series is no longer on Eliza, it's on you, when, no offense, you're not part of this. Like, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not part of it outside of, being the dipshit that apparently got the ball rolling outside of everybody else. And it's funny because, Mersh was talking about this, but, he doesn't tell everybody that he was getting fed that information from Gabe Hoffman anyway. So it's like, anybody that knows the history between those two knows that when the Dan Schneider stuff was happening, Gabe Hoffman was feeding Mersh. They had some beef, and then Gabe Hoffman probably went back to him, or Mersh just was like, "Hey, I can talk about this stuff Gabe Hoffman's talking about, make some money." So that stuff doesn't matter. I mean, this story is about Eliza Bleu. They haven't put up the other articles associated with it because they want to focus on making sure that the fuck up is cleared. And I don't think those things are going to go back up, to be perfectly honest, because obviously Shane did show that, he was way too wrapped up into this. And his mistake is that Cassandra, the one that actually put this article together, did all the editing and stuff and actually took the transcripts that Shane told me he didn't take, and put it out there. Right. Like I told Shane.
He recorded you without telling you?
Yeah, he said, he recorded me without telling me. I said, yeah, it's okay if you record this, Shane. I made sure to say that. But I was like, gotcha. He was never out. He never said that he was recording. He actually said the opposite. So I just want to put that out there.
Is Maryland one party consent state, I'm guessing?
I think for him, yeah. I'm in 2-party consent state. So, like.
I don't know I don't know how wiretapping laws work. Like Massachusetts is a 2-party consent state, but then like if the person you can go into Rhode Island or Connecticut and you could just say that you were in those states. I don't know how any of this shit works.
It's usually the party that's recording their actual residence is what matters.
Their residence.
So like in Texas, we're single party. I can record anybody in any state.
Yeah. Okay. I feel
but the bigger issue, I think, isn't just that he recorded without saying that he recorded. It's that he's pretending to be a journalist, frankly.
Yes, he is.
And during that pretense, he is not acting as a journalist, because now both of you guys are journalists, right? Is this considered standard normal behavior that shouldn't go without any reprimand when a journalist records a conversation without telling the other person? What if it's an off-the-record conversation? He's hitting the record button anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's unethical, and
it's completely unethical.
No one would trust him after that.
It may not be illegal, but it is definitely unethical. And again, it goes once more to show the character of Shane and the fact that he is LARPing being a reporter. He's definitely not a journalist.
Well, Shane's never been a reporter. Like if you look, I looked at some of his older writings.
He apparently is an adjunct professor in journalism.
Apparently.
I listened to his 2-hour podcast that he did with, I don't even know who those people were. They talked about
I'm Doing Great podcast.
The ones where they said your name. And I was listening to the whole thing. And at one point he talks about how he was making $19,000 a year as like a mover. I don't even think Shane has any sort of background in writing. If you look at his works, like he's written like 15 articles in his life, one for the Atlantic about air conditioning, the moral, like necessary. And I'm not kidding either. He wrote one.
I know, I saw that. Yeah.
Mary Poppins in 2019. Like I don't know what the standards are for being hired at Timcast.
Is that me or is that my thing or your thing?
Whoa.
What is that?
I don't know, but if I was running an organization like Timcast, I feel like I just would have higher standards for the kind of people that I hire because your name is literally on the website, and it doesn't seem to bother him that much.
Mhm.
Weird.
No, it doesn't seem to bother him at all, actually, which is strange. And then
And
we
there
got a
was-
super chat in from Hexamer for $2. MD residents. In this show, we break for super chats. You know,
Oh yeah, Grift
most
alert,
important
Grift
thing.
alert.
Man, it was like, are you guys
Yeah.
hearing his buzzing
Yes.
from his mic
Yeah,
too?
it's crackling.
That's
Oh,
weird.
is mine cracking? My bad.
Yep.
Am I doing that? Should I step back? Oh,
I don't know. It's like it was really quiet. I turned it up, but now it's crackling. You might need to turn on the high def audio. If you hit the little gear icon,
Yep.
and then go to audio, and then
Yep.
hit show advanced options, there's like a little tab for like high resolution audio.
Oh, and turn it on.
Yeah, you might want to turn it on, see if that'll
Okay.
fix
Is
it.
that better? Is
Nope.
it still crackling?
Nope.
No, it's still
okay.
crack-a-lacking. Might want to try to refresh it.
All right. Let me just change my mic. I'll just use my computer mic then. That's a shame.
Yeah, that's weird.
Wah, wah, wah.
Now it's probably not cracking, but it's not as good.
Actually, it's
Yeah,
pretty
that's
good.
right. It's pretty
It's
good.
a little quieter, but yeah.
All right,
I'll
that
just
works.
turn them up.
Just scream at us, and we'll be good.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually it's if that happens, it's usually some kind of like USB audio thing. But I don't know if that's actually a
It's
USB mic.
It's freaking weird. I just Google what mic does Joe Rogan use because I love the way he sounds on it, and this
Mhm.
thing costs $400.
Yep.
But if you get your freaking phone near it for some reason, it starts cracking. It's the weirdest thing.
Oh, then that's probably what it is.
Yeah. Don't get your
It's
phone near
probably
it.
just
What do you
It's
not have
probably-
your phone? Like everybody uses these
In a
things. They don't have
studio? Hell
phones.
no.
no.
That's
My
weird.
phone's like far away, but it doesn't. I don't.
I don't know. I got the
Think it-
basement. I mean, I have a heater right here.
think
So
it-
that might. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. I'm literally
Whatever
in my
you
basement.
whatever you do, never put your phone in your front pocket near the testes. That's not good.
Oh,
You know that,
What?
right?
I don't know that. I don't know that.
Yeah.
What happens?
Yeah, they say like radiation and stuff. Like, I mean, allegedly. But yeah, they
Does
always
it-
say like for
that sounds
men
like a-
not to put
sounds
the
like-
phone near their little groinal area.
That sounds like a good thing.
That does sound.
Well, that's
like
what I'm saying. Don't put, it in,
That sounds
put it in
like
your,
a good.
don't put it in your front pocket.
Let's see.
You know, but I think that a lot of people forget that, you know, this is just the interview, right? Like Shane didn't put this out. Like this is just Shane and my conversation minus probably a couple paragraphs or, you know, a couple
Yeah,
of
that's. I was going to
questions.
ask you about that. Is this
It's not the full
complete or
conversation.
not?
No, it's not the full complete
Okay.
conversation. And names have been removed and company names have been redacted because
and a few likes added. It looked like.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
and then there's been some
there's,
likes
like, a
added
lot
'cause
of,
I didn't like-
like
yeah, I
like
didn't
like
like
that
Mhm.
like
that
like
much.
yeah like
Well,
yeah.
it's unfortunate you didn't record it because I think if had you put out your version of that same recording showing the missing bits, because there's, you know, not having the full transcript and effectively redacting the transcript is once again showing that there's an agenda behind here. There's a very clear agenda. Oh, we have money coming in.
Yeah, we got money coming in.
Break for the money.
$20 Australians, dude. Let's get covering the article from the Defango. Ain't go too many have grifted on you on this. That's hilarious.
Well, that's true.
Maybe.
A lot of people have
Maybe.
grifted.
Yeah, a lot of them have grifted. A lot of them haven't come and talked to
More will
us
be
at all.
grifting.
And there will be more grifting. There's grifting going on as we're speaking. And you know what? That's fine as long as we're making money too. I could give a shit.
I did put out.
But if they want to talk to me, $100. That's right. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
I did
Or am
actually send out a message to my friends at the Total BS Network, Brian and Shayna, who are amazing. They just started. Their setup is like baller, by the way. They have like 400 subscribers, and I'm like, how in the hell is this possible? Because it's like an actual full-on setup. And I messaged them. I was like, hey, y'all want to Defango on tonight? Waiting to hear back, but I feel like, you know, it's one of these things where if the bigger channels aren't going to have you on like that, you know, okay. But this is where I think the smaller channels, or like, you know, those that really care about getting your angle, rather than just going out and just saying, oh, like, look at this and here's my opinion. I think it's better for them to have you on to bring more of that insight. Point being that I think we should bring up the article and have you go through it. I
Yeah,
mean,
no, it
this
totally
is your
makes
channel,
sense.
and you know.
Totally makes sense. But like I'm all about like that slow grift. See, like here on Griftcast, I play a character that loves money and loves to make money off of it. So, if you ask my co-host right here, we do everything really slow, right? Like we'll take
Too
4
slow
hours
for my
to read
taste, that's
this.
for sure.
Wait, for
surprise
your
at the end of all
taste?
of this.
Dude, I'm like, bam, I read through the article in like 20 minutes and then I'm like, on to the next one. I don't even get your shit. I don't even care.
Yeah.
Like it
Yeah.
takes a lot out of me to like, portray this character that everybody is trying to get me to be. But, I like it though. And honestly, like this situation is funny, but like, are we going to change the name of the channel from Griftcast? Absolutely not. I've already bought all of the goddamn URLs and domains and shit. You know what? We already set all the shit up. I'm not, we're going to run this gag until it's into the ground. Okay.
It's not a gag, man. It's a business. What are you talking about?
Right. It's a business. This ain't a gag. It went from gag to being a business real quick, like in a day.
By the way, I do want to point out, Tom Landry, you are absolutely correct. Farron is a sloppy grift. She falls apart and then searches for new small audiences that don't know her antics. You're 100%. That is the MO. I go from small audience to small audience. I hook, line, and sinker you, and then just rip the cord and just be somebody completely different. You, sir, win the award for exposing me. Mwah. Love you.
Yeah, no, that's a real journalist right there.
My audience seems to like her. I did notice one person said that she said likes a lot, which I didn't. Now I hear it. Now that I actually listen to her, she does say it all the time. I did not notice it before.
I'm gonna probably start setting up a timer, and then I'm gonna be like,
I will say, I even said in my on my stream, I said, hey, I'm guilty of likes and ums. Dead air is literally like there's death that I'm afraid of, but even more than that, I'm afraid of dead air. Okay. So I get the ums and the likes, totally get it. I own it. But I do think, like I said, in this article, I thought that Shane should have gotten rid of those throwaway words, and he kept them in there to make it seem like you were dumb, or that you were, or like to make it to the point. So to make it so that the point was lost because there was just like, and I was like, what is this?
Let's be fair. I am dumb.
Well, that's irrelevant. It doesn't matter, dude. What's important here is what he was trying to achieve by redacting that article. By not it's not an article. That conversation.
He didn't redact it.
He did. He didn't provide the full. He didn't. Well, whoever did. Timcast did. I'm referring to Timcast.
I mean,
so
those retractions were at my approval.
They might have been, but I'm going to repeat what I told you the other day. It's not just about you.
Yeah, I know.
It's about Timcast and what they are doing with their actions right now through Cashman, through everybody else, through Eliza. Right now, what they're doing is trying to shift the focus away from themselves and onto whoever they're capable of doing that to. You happen to be the one that it fell on when Article 3 came out because, Article 1 and 2, we just read and laughed at, right? It's like, oh my God, I can't believe this is what this great reporter Shane is doing. But by the time 3 came, I was like, hold on, they're totally just shifting the conversation here. They're ignoring a huge amount of gaps that everybody else who is grifting, sure, but nonetheless have brought up. And yet Timcast is just ignoring all these things.
100%. And I also think too that the overarching thing in all of this, again, like I've been saying, the part 1 of the documentary, I talked to victims of human trafficking and all that other stuff to kind of show like the whole thing that's been lost in all of this, filtration system, that we've been seeing, to kind of go over that. But the overarching umbrella in all of this is the censorship. At this point, I'm of the fact that I don't care if Shane believes Eliza or not. I don't care if you do. I don't even know if I believe her or not. And I don't care about her story at this point anymore. I want the answers of how was she able to go to the executives at Twitter and say, get this down, then run over to YouTube, get the same thing happening there. Facebook, we don't know yet. And none of those questions were answered. The second thing that was never answered in any of these articles, part 1, 2, 3, and the addendum, we'll call it part 4, is she said, come out on the farm and watch what I do day to day and how I help these victims. We got none of that. I don't know
Zero.
if she wakes up and milks the cows and then goes and helps victims. I don't know if she goes and plants some corn and then runs out to to a shelter. I have no idea what she does. And none of these questions were answered because it completely got bamboozled by this, well, do I believe her or not? And you guys are mean. And now there's a whole gang stalker group after her. And how dare you? And it's like, you had one job. You had one job and you answered 0 of those questions.
Which is like a leftic tactic. I mean, this is like a Taylor Lorenz move. It's like this stochastic terrorism thing. This is what the left always uses. Oh, you wrote about me. And then there were death threats after that. That becomes the story, is the death threats. It's like, that's just a distraction from the story itself. That's all you're doing right now.
Also, anybody
we do have
hated
2 super chats to go over real quick. So
yeah, guys, we break for super chats.
We break for super chats. We don't keep talking through them.
I gotta get my charger anyway. Be right back.
Go for it. So we got 2 coming in. One $5 says we are all grifty, but we have to discover the grift, uncover the grift, nurture, develop the grift, and use the glory of the grift. Nice.
Yes,
I like that. And then the second one was from Metal Monster PDX, $5. From what I've seen, Cassandra is the kingpin of all of this crap. I mean, I guess. I mean, she's the king. She took over on this one, but is she the kingpin? I guess maybe a lot of people think that she is because she decided to,
well, she is the editor-in-chief, is she not?
Yeah, she is the editor-in-chief.
Then she
was
is
the one swinging her dick.
Look, shit rolls uphill, and everybody reports up through her, and ultimately it's Tim. Tim is the one that gave her that job himself. Tim can say on his show that, well, I don't do anything with the news division. They're on their own. They have full freedom to do whatever they want. I don't interfere with what they do. That's fine, dude. You are legally responsible for them. I don't care if you interfere or not. If they screw up and they do things that can get you sued, it's not them that's going to get sued. It's going to be you. Yep. As the sole owner of the business.
Your company.
A spoiler alert for part 3. I was telling this on Aiden's channel last night. I spoke to a Timcast whistleblower who talks directly as to the way that the news operates at Timcast. And, I was explaining this last night that, in all my years of television, I was a reporter, but then I was more an anchor. So like kind of more of a leader in the newsroom. And the first thing that you do when you walk into a newsroom for that day, you have an editorial meeting where the reporters, the anchors, the executive producers, the producers, and the news director, you all sit around a table. And it's like, okay, what are your story ideas for today? What are we going to cover? What's our idea for the lead story? And this is just, local newscast here is what I'm talking, folks. But this is done across the board, whether it's local or national or international. And you sit around, you talk about what you're going to do. Everybody's go team, break. You all go and do your thing. And then about 2 hours before the newscast, you all meet again together to say, okay, this is what we have. This is what we don't have. So-and-so was assigned this story. This is what we have or we don't have, what have you. And
we're getting bombarded. You got to stop talking for a little bit.
You gotta stop talking for a little bit. We got $2 super chat. Watch the Simcast with BX Bullet and Brittany from Dave. And yeah, actually we did watch that one. We thought that was pretty freaking interesting. Here's another one coming through from Hexmare saying $10. Can we have gonzo journalism? No, we have gonzo at home. Gonzo at home. Shane Cashman. See, that's the kind of stuff that we like.
I agree with Susu. I agree with Susu there about it should have been there we go. Good
there
comment.
We go.
I like
Go ahead. You can read it if you want.
It should have been a woman journalist who went into the advocate journey, quote unquote, with her. But instead, she was flirty with yet another dude who lapped it all up. That is so freaking true because you saw the way that she handled Katie Herzog. She cannot do what she does with women. Do what she does with men with women. It doesn't work. The same game doesn't work. Notice most of the people interested in this topic, I think the majority talking about on YouTube are women, and I think it's like, and that's why it's being framed as this like, ooh, catfight drama. Like that's how they always, women are being catty again. But it's like, no, it's not about that. I'm a man. I'm offended by this shit too. And I'm not into drama. I'm into like anti-censorship.
And who did Eliza ask for help from? She didn't say, can my girls come and help me? She said, right. I need my men to come and rescue me.
And she had a mountain of girls. a mountain of girls that she had already gone on to shows with, to talk to do all that stuff, and she didn't ask any of them, right? She just kind
All
of
right.
wanted them to believe her. So I see there's more super chats for.
Yeah, do you want me to read
opinionated
this
news guy.
one?
Go ahead.
In a newspaper world, Tim would be considered the publisher who's ultimately responsible for it all. Exactly. No matter how much freedom he gives the newsroom. Exactly right. And beyond just being a publisher, he is the sole owner of the corporation. So
I mean,
ultimately,
Cashman,
he is the
Cashman-
board of directors.
Cashman would have
It's him.
qualified. Cashman would be protected by qualified immunity too. Like he would not even be sued in a personal capacity. Tim is the one who's taking.
Well, he
all
could
of
be.
this-
I think he could be sued personally as well.
I mean, it's like, but it's like a. I mean, the lawyers.
Well,
would
if it's an
argue that
LLC,
now.
though, if it's an
It's-
LLC,
of course, it's an LLC. You wouldn't even.
Well, it doesn't
sue.
matter. I mean, if Cashman's actions were responsible, the only people that have
No,
qualified
but that's
immunity are
actually
government
untrue
employees.
Because so as somebody who's in the midst of being sued by like 8
Mhm.
people right now, I own an LLC. I've been sued for 3 times now for
Mhm.
blogs that other people that have written for me have published on my website.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
they don't even give a shit who these people are. I'm like, do you want their names? They go, no, we don't need their names. We don't care who they are. You're the
Right.
publisher. You're the website. You're the one that had this up. You own it. It's your content. It doesn't matter who put it out. You own the space that hosted this all.
Yeah, yeah,
You're
yeah.
responsible for it.
Mm.
Well, that's a good point. That is true. But I think I think that depending on the level of defamation, you could go after reporters. I think Veritas did that. They actually went after both the New York Times in their lawsuit and the individually named reporters. There were 2 reporters from the New York Times as part of that lawsuit. They've never lost a defamation suit.
Yeah.
And then we got a super chat from Range Balls. That's a good friend of the channel for a long time. He says, well, as soon as Eliza mentioned that Cappy guy a few months back, I knew where this was going. Talk to spirits, Miss Cleo Grift, right? Yeah. She mentioned that guy, then that's just another indication that there was some strangeness going on in her story.
Well, and
Because
that's
everybody
one of the
that was
things-
following that
Whoa,
crap.
somebody just mentioned something, sorry guys, that I didn't see. And we can talk about it more, but did anybody hear that Ian Crossland is suing Timcast? Well, I haven't heard that.
No. They said Sydney Watson suing the Blaze. Who's next? Ian suing Timcast. Question.
Oh, I didn't see the who's next part. I saw
Oh,
dot.
That would be awkward because
No.
he lives there. He
Yeah,
literally
wow.
lives
Yeah,
there.
no.
That would be
no.
crazy.
He's
Yeah.
the guy on the
But-
couch there.
But no,
He's
the
guy
one
on the couch?
whistleblower.
I thought he had a room.
What-
I think he's got a room. His girlfriend's there too.
Mhm.
He's actually
The
a
one
really
thing,
nice
though-
guy. I gotta be honest.
Yeah. Well, and his video on it after addressing it, I thought was really he humbled
Poorly made?
himself. Like he said, "Hey, like I would have loved to have banged her, but like I'm not that way. I'm older. Like I don't want that kind of relationship." And I was like, "Okay, damn. Like be
older?
honest." But
No, he's
the
not.
one thing that this Tim Whistleblower,
Yeah, he's in
also
his 40s.
He's
Yeah.
in his 40s.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, he's the oldest guy there. Yep.
Really?
Yeah, he's the oldest one
Really?
there. Oh,
Mhm.
dude, look at this. Another freaking super chat. You guys are blessing us up today for some reason. That's
Yeah,
really nice.
we're not even asking, you're
Hashtag
giving.
blessed.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we haven't even asked. So it's just like $1.99. Any animal at the Eliza farm should run away. I guess. I mean,
Yeah.
did
I
they
mean-
have cows though, right? Like you want a whole herd of cows running away?
we
That's
don't
not cool.
know. The article was supposed to tell us, and
There
we
was
don't
nothing there.
know.
There was
Yeah.
literally nothing about
No.
that. And I'm pissed off about that too because I actually wanted to know more about their process and everything, but we didn't get any of that,
We don't-
so that's fine.
Yeah, we don't even know anything about this alleged safe house she's got.
Yeah.
That was another thing that he was supposed to go into what she does day to day. He was supposed to ask questions about the Humanity House. All she said was this, I never signed it up to be a 501c3. I never signed it up.
Yeah.
Okay, so then you're not doing that. Basically okay, if you let girls stay over, then just say that, but this whole workaround and you could just see he literally was just here's the question. Oh, okay. Here's the answer. Oh, okay. Not going to challenge whatsoever. It's what are you doing? And then the second thing that I think is also extremely, extremely unethical as a journalist. I can understand staying on the farm. I really think he should have stayed offsite.
Yeah,
to
exactly.
have that
You
distance.
can't accept room and board from the people.
No.
who
Yeah.
weren't doing
That was a paid article.
This was fishy.
That was a paid article. That was a not a
Why didn't they put
journalist.
out why didn't they put back I don't know. I didn't really ask. I could ask, Cassandra or whatever why they didn't.
Tim
put
paid
it
for
up.
me to stay in a hotel.
Mhm.
Can't pay for
What,
this
really?
guy. Yeah, when he
Dang.
everyone. When he flies you down there, they give you the whole treatment. You get a driver and
really?
everything. Oh, it's dope.
No,
you feel like
You mean I
You're
could
like,
have asked? I could have asked. Well, I guess
that's
you
what I'm
can't
saying.
ask
I
now,
could
fuck.
have kept kissing their ass and tried to get back on the show, but I don't know. It felt dirty.
Well, you're definitely not now.
Yeah, at this
No.
point, I mean, I saw those
know.
tweets
We'll
from
see.
the
We'll see.
Timcast official email or Twitter addresses replying back to you.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
but him and I spoke privately about this, and I'm like trying to tell him, I'm like, look at it. There's no offense to you. We all have, you got to butter him up a little bit, and you're like, hey, dude, like, look at, I like you. Like, I was a fan of yours. Like all these people coming at you right now. It might seem like they're coming at you, but it's actually because they like you and they're just disappointed that you seem to be going against what made you popular to begin with.
Mm-hmm. Well, another thing that I will tell you guys, just for everybody that's here, kind of another little exclusive. So make sure you like and subscribe, like I did last night on Turtle Boy. I will tell you an exclusive in the documentary.
Not a cigarette.
But I need the likes to jump from 137 to 200. At 200 likes, I will tell you an exclusive
grifting
piece
likes.
of information. I am on the Grift channel. We might as well grift away, folks. I want to see
I mean, you
200
should have said
likes.
$50, but that works too, I guess.
Well, also, I mean, just to help with the algorithm. So there's 266 watching. I want to see 200 likes on this. Yeah, okay, we're at 154. When we get to 200, I will give you this exclusive info from somebody that it was also a former Timcast employee. I've talked to two. One that's remained anonymous, but I have confirmed that
It's not Rocco and Emily, is it?
It is no. It is not Lydia. It is not Adam Krigler. It is. You'll never know who
You
it
didn't
is.
say so. It's not Rocco Castorio or
It is
Emily
not.
Molly.
No.
Okay.
No. Neither of them.
I just had to put that in there. Addendum.
Addendum
That's
noted.
that's not for you guys. That's for somebody else that's probably watching this.
All right, so we're at 183. When we get to 200, we're gonna.
Hey, we got a
Look at
super
that.
chat.
Super chat. That's what we like. Sarah K. 1999. Hey, I like that. She's on a phone. Here, because of Farron, babe, you should demand half of the super chats, so you can get a new internet and new phone.
Shit,
Damn.
hang on. Let me tell you my Cash App. Hang on one second.
Yeah, send us your Cash App.
No, these super chats go to Griftcast, guys, because
Because we're
by God, you
grifters
deserve
and we
it.
keep all the money for
My
ourselves.
God, you
and
deserve
we're
it,
dirty. We're dirty bitches and we don't give anybody back.
Yeah,
money,
this bitch Farron here, who's so narcissistic and
refunds.
self-centered, I'm gonna let you keep them this one time. Just
Just this one time.
We're at 191, folks. I want 200.
Keep it going.
200.
Yeah, just keep hitting the like button. It's real easy.
We
You
got,
just gotta,
it's plenty of people in here that can hit that.
Just have to scroll over, take your lazy ass fat finger, your fat Cheeto finger, go and hit the like. And is Farron the top right woman? Yes.
Mhm.
I'm a top. There you go.
She's the only woman on the show right now. Trust me, I wish we had other women, but I don't even try to ask Chrissy or I don't even know how to get a hold of Brittany. But I don't ask Chrissy or whatever to come on my show because I know she's a busy person.
199, 200, 199, 199, or 199, 199. We're gonna get a 200, 200, 200, 200. 200, 200, 200, 200, 200. Those people talk so fast, by the way.
They do.
200. I'm not seeing 200. I'm seeing 199. All right, I'll be the 200th like.
Now they're just trolling you.
There we go. Okay, here we go. All right, so I talked to a former. Here we go. Boy, of Timcast, who spoke directly to the video.
What was her name?
I'm not telling you. You'll find out who
Dude.
it is.
Just testing you, dude. I'm just testing you, dude.
This isn't the whistleblower though. This is actually a person that goes on the record and names themselves. They told me that when they lived at the compound, okay, they lived there, and they were there when Eliza stayed there.
First time or second?
The first time, and that they were in the car with Tim on the way to, I guess he purchased a new home. They were on the way to the new home to like drop some like furniture and pick up some stuff or, whatever with new houses. And it had been like the third or fourth day that Eliza was still there on the compound and that Tim was in the car and was pissed as all hell that she was still there and was like, why is she still here? Like she needs to leave. And the person said you could hear the anger. And that's where I do believe Tim, and I said this last night with Aiden, I do believe Tim when he said, I don't care about Eliza Bleu.
So why was she invited back?
Yeah.
Yeah, why did they invite her
I mean,
back
maybe,
to do
maybe
that
the
crazy
Cassandra
shit?
connection. Maybe the Cassandra
Dude,
connection.
We have a
I'm not
legend
sure.
just super chatted us right now. We got to stop everything. The
Yep.
legendary Scroats McGoats himself.
Scroats McGoats.
The legendary
Hey-o!
Scroats.
We're getting
$10.
Tim's $10 right now.
Yep, that's Tim's $10. He says Tim must be pulling in the money to make his chat members only. I mean, I don't know if that's true, but maybe it's a possibility.
I mean, you could do the math as to how many people are in the chat room. So everybody had to pay a minimum of $2 for the month. But if you watch the number of super chats that Tim's got in there, it is dried up big time.
Yeah.
There might be one coming in every 5 to 8 minutes.
God
So,
King Scroats. Email
it's
me,
not-
Scroats.
Not hard
And,
for Tim to read all of them at this point. And one of them I saw
Tim-
today was a person bitching about the fact that they subscribe to him to watch the videos, which I used to do, cancel it after 14 months. And they have to subscribe to be able to be in the chat, which they did. And they had to send the super chat so he'd actually read the damn thing. I was like, Tim, this is getting ridiculous.
Yeah, $40.99 a month for their thing. They're not $1.99 or $2.99.
Oh, they got rid of the cheaper level, so
Yeah,
it's
they got
$5
rid of the
minimum.
cheap
Okay.
level.
What do you get with the membership? Just the right to chat now? I thought
Yeah,
there
you can
was-
chat now with the membership.
What did you get
That's basically
before
it.
with it?
Nothing.
Nothing.
In the past, because Tim always had his private membership just for the videos, for access for the after hours videos, which is what I got it for. I enjoyed watching the videos that allowed swearing. But if you subscribed to him or you got a membership through YouTube, you got nothing for it. And he used to tell people, don't do the YouTube thing. That doesn't get you anything. What gets you something is if you go directly through Timcast's website. So now he wants people to do both.
Okay.
Mhm. Yeah, and it's
Damn,
still
double
members only
dip.
mode today, so he's having double dipping going on. And the thing is in order to become a member, there's supposed to be perks that are associated with it. And right now, the only perk is that
The only perk is
member
lies.
can only the only perk that people could do is member only chat. We also got to read
Yeah.
that Jenna Ramsey super chat $1.99. We know Shane is referencing Defango as the gang stalker, and yeah, that's very true.
Totally.
That we're definitely referencing me 100%. There's no way anybody could have said that that's not the case. I mean, I guess they could if they want, but just showing people, when you look at his membership thing, that's the only thing that you're capable of getting is being able to chat, which is technically within the TOS of YouTube for their membership program, just to put it out there. I did look into that itself just to see if there was something there, but it looks
you
like
do me
they
a-
changed it.
Can you do me a huge favor? Can you go in the chat and click on the $100 super chat and see what it says? I guarantee that's a Jimmy person.
Meryl
forgetting a-
Gray. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
You're
I'm just-
forgetting a
because-
big factor to deep fakes what happens when the police or government start using it to get convictions.
Obviously, so it's talking about what they're talking about right now. But I mean, Jimmy, love Jimmy, and he's got a huge following, and he is going to be, the super chats are going to all be directed towards Jimmy. I mean, let's be real here, especially with his following. But also, I do want to shout out to Tam, and there was another gentleman in the chat who did say that it was Ashton Birdie who revealed about Tim being angry. That is the person that I talked to. But there was also more that I talked about with her that was very, very interesting that you will see in part 3. But I did want to kind of just put that out there in case anybody hadn't heard I guess she had told that to Brittany Venti. But in case you're not a Brittany Venti follower, it was said on there as well. But
Dude,
we
I
also
told you that super chat
we also
got to
needed
him
a grid
yesterday.
though too. Defango needs lights, guys. Like 283 in the chat. Like hit the like button. Quit being
Yeah, give
Quit
me
being
them
a
likes.
bigot.
Hit the like button now, or I'm gonna shut
Subscribe,
this thing down.
guys.
Just
Don't
kidding.
give Tim a sub. Give
That's
us
so
a sub.
funny. I was just thinking about it when I was seeing the super chats because he wasn't getting lots of super chats last night, and I waited till there was none, and then I super chatted at him, so that I definitely knew he saw it, and I saw him look at the screen and go,
Oh, it was visible. Yeah, on that clip, because right after you did the super chat, you could see him glance, and then his face just kind of didn't like what it saw.
What
He
did you
saw
say?
Griftcast IRL, and I was like, "It's Defango. Be a man." And I was like, "You said I was a gang stalker with no evidence. You said this other thing with no evidence." I was like, "Just be a man and apologize. You know, that's it. Like nothing crazy. It was like just apologize or like fix their shit, man."
I think
I'll
that's
say
going to be
something.
my next documentary, as I had talked about on my channel, or like a movie. Like we need to start casting the movie Gang Stalker, where it's like, you know, he injects your mind all while driving for DoorDash. But one journalist thought that he could completely change the game. You can't do that, Defango. Shane, no. Like, I mean, you could see the trailer now. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean,
Shane
maybe.
is ultimately the hero in all of this, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, Shane's my
yes.
hero, I guess. He allowed me to finally get my crazy ass story to a big platform. Even
Yeah,
if
you ought to be thankful.
Yeah,
I'm thankful. I'm only thankful and, you know, happy that this shit is over with. You know, like obviously, sure, a bunch of people were gonna want to see some lawsuits or something like that, but honestly, I ain't got the money for that shit. And I've already been through that a bunch. I would rather not. Let's just not.
Can
You
I
know,
answer
it's a lot easier that way.
Those video
Go ahead.
vixens stay together, man.
Scroatsma goes, I saw this too. What do you all think about Libby Evans and the post-millennial CEO attacking Jeff Younger a few days ago? I don't know if you guys saw that. I thought that
Yeah,
was
I saw that.
I thought that was ridiculous on their part.
I've been
Like,
tweeting about it.
ridiculous.
Yeah, that was unexpected. Generally, I've agreed with what Libby's been saying. And clearly she has a very hot button that was, you know, accidentally triggered. Because, boy, she got opinionated in a hurry.
It's like, so it's like, to me, it's just like, that's what somebody says who's never dealt with infertility. I've had friends that have dealt with this.
Yeah.
Like, nobody wants to go the surrogacy route. It's literally like the last option for people who want to conceive but can't. And so like this woman gets up on her moral high horse and has this whole thing like it should be illegal. Yeah, says the fertile woman. Calm down.
Yeah.
Okay, relax there. Anyway,
I mean, it's
On this case, right?
telling people what they can and can't do with their own bodies. I think it's a really hard line to try and win an argument on, because you're literally telling somebody you're not allowed to volunteer to help your friends have a child.
Right, exactly. It's like, and like, you know, it goes against the whole pro-life argument too. Like, you're creating life. This is a human life. It has the same DNA of these other two parents. This other woman is just temporarily hosting it. It's not actually her baby. She knows that.
But even if it is, even if she's not,
it's just a different oven. That's all it is. It's just a different oven.
It's an incubator. Like,
but I don't even think you need to go there. I mean, if someone's friends find themselves that they're unable to conceive because of the woman, there are plenty of stories of, you know, a friend, not even a relative, just a friend saying, "Oh, all right, we got a super chat."
Team
Oh,
Michael
super
Jackson,
chat.
$100 in the Great British Pounds.
Wow.
My freaking TARDIS money over here.
Look at all them
Manuel is
snakes.
the real deal. Tam, Shade, Chris, Cassandra, Ian, et al. Are all beggars, liars with no integrity or honesty, zero accountability. They'll do anything for money, even sell their souls to the devil. No surprise on how easily they retaliate.
Yikes.
Yeah, thank you, Michael Jackson.
Thank you, Michael Jackson. Team Michael Jackson. I like Michael Jackson, but if he was a pedo, that sucks.
Just have to throw that in there.
Just had to throw that in there. That sucks.
Allegedly. Just
I was a
allegedly.
fan when I was a kid or whatever. I wanted the guitar, you know. I tried
A
to
lot
do
of
the
kids were-
dances.
a
Well,
lot
I'm
of kids
just a
were
Michael
fans.
Jackson.
That me and
fan.
everyone else. I know. You know what? I don't even. Everybody makes mistakes. Okay, you know, like.
Well, and
Everybody makes mistakes. Dude,
here's-
fucking Christ.
here's-
That's
here's
like
the
$1 million.
Yeah.
It really is.
In British pounds, hell yeah.
British pounds?
Basically $1 million.
Dude, that'll get you a few fish and chips, I think. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or what do like British people eat? They eat weird shit
Eat
like
fish and
beans
chips.
They eat fish and chips and beans.
Bangers and mash.
Bangers
Yeah.
and mash and beans and
Yeah.
bread or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
is
I
hot
love
dogs and
lunch.
mashed potatoes.
Yeah. And I'm, it doesn't look like it, but I'm actually a very, very big soccer fan. Team Liverpool over here, baby. But I'm actually a very big football fan, as
Are you
they
though?
would say across the pond. Yes. I've got
And a
my gear and
basketball fan?
everything. I'm actually not a basketball fan, believe it or not. I'm not. That was one of the things that like I really
Hang on one sec here. All right, keep going.
I
I'll
know
be right
everybody
back.
talks about the Chicago Bulls, but like I never really. It was cool to like be on the sidelines, like at the games and stuff, but like basketball was kind of never my thing because I always watched my brother's games. I played basketball too growing up. Like it just, I like watching football more. My number one love is hockey. I love me some hockey.
I used to like
but
playing
yeah,
hockey,
so.
but now my back is a little busted. And we also
Oh,
got another
you
super
son of a
chat from
bitch, you.
Jana
Oh,
Ramsey.
okay, fine. You want to play that game? All right, hang on.
Or $1.99.
What do you got?
We
What do
should
you
make
got?
the likes go up to 9,000. Wait, where does she just disappeared?
Oh, we're playing a game now.
We need to teach her how to set her thing too. Jeez. Well, Turtle Boy,
What's happening?
it's nice to have you on the Griftcast and like hanging out with us. I feel like we got to make sure that we're bringing it back into the story. So I know we've been waiting for you to. I want to hear like where you're coming from on this. Like what do you see in what I've done here and like like what's your like overall take on it since
I'm a little
Farron's not talking and so we can give you some time.
I mean, I read the thing and I'm just a little confused, like what the point of this was. Like, okay. So, for instance, the way he asks you questions in this, it just seems like non-apologetic. Like Cashman says, I don't want to do to anyone else what I think everyone's done to Eliza, which is unjustly targeting anyone. And if I'm wrong, I'd like to figure out how and why. It's like, so he's still, even with his thing with you, he's still covering for Eliza in his statements. That's like the first thing he says. Like,
yeah, he's totally wrapped up in it.
That's his job.
He's like, you're not running any operation? Like, no, motherfucker, I'm not. It's insulting that you'd even ask. What the fuck are you talking about? You literally pulled that out of your ass. That's what I would have said if I was you. But again, everybody else is different,
I have to be reserved, bro.
Yeah, you didn't have to be. You could have.
Yeah,
last
I agree.
time that
I don't
did
think you
this,
have to
I
be.
wasn't reserved, and I was a straight asshole, and it didn't go well.
But you had them.
That's why there's still a Daily Beast article out there. Thanks, Will Summer, you son of a bitch.
And that whole thing with the Daily, that whole thing with the Daily Beast in there, like, I feel like that was just. I mean, you piled on the Daily Beast a little too, and I feel like all that did was help them because that Daily Beast article was really good. It was a really good article in the Daily Beast, and that kind of discredited it a little bit, don't you think? Crapping on him.
It was a good article, but when I crapped on Will Summer, I crapped on Will Summer because I gave him the information, and he doesn't make it very clear that I was the one that was like feeding him info on that stuff. Number one, and number two, he called me like a notorious internet provocateur, and like definitely didn't do me any fucking favors with that article. Like the whole reason I came out with it and explained that stuff.
You were the source for the Daily Beast article on Eliza?
One of the source. Not on the one on Eliza, the one that he did on me. The one for his
I'm talking about
they were looking into that like since December 10th or something like that.
I guess my point here is that their goal here is to discredit that article in the Daily Beast. And by crapping on Will Summer, it's kind of de facto crapping on the credibility of that article.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? That was their goal.
Yeah.
I think they played you a little bit on that one.
Maybe.
Just
that's all right. That's just how I feel about him because I mean, me and
Like
Will Summer, we
was-
got history. Although if I saw him in person or whatever, I'd give him a hug, probably compliment him on how tall he is, and be like, "You got some real nice hair, bro."
No, but go ahead.
No,
By
I was
the
gonna
way,
say-
we didn't meet. What was your? I apologize.
Oh,
are you
Sergine.
Mersh? Okay, you're
No.
not. Okay.
No, I'm not.
Who's Mersh? I don't know. I'm learning all these new characters. Who's
Oh,
Mersh?
he's Defango's best buddy.
He's one of my best friends that does
Yeah.
that. I love him. He despises me.
And who's Zero Dark Tony? I got this nut job in my inbox telling me
Oh,
you gotta
really?
you gotta investigate coffee in Africa and slave labor with the quartering and Defango. He's no good. Like this guy, and because I'm like, dude, you're too much. I'm blocking you. You're fucking insane. I don't know if you know who this guy is.
Yeah, no, we know who this guy is. So that guy showed up like almost right after Brittany started getting play for the article or whatever, my thread.
Yeah.
He came up out of nowhere and was like messaging me about it. And he was like, we got to work together on this shit. And he's like, me
too.
you,
I got
Mersh.
the same thing. Yes, I got that too.
And I was like, wait, Mersh. I was like, dude, you realize that Mersh doesn't really like me that much right now, right? And he was like, this guy didn't seem to understand what was like my past beef with merch, because to TLDR, I had a show name. I ran a show. My channel got shut down. The show disappeared. He stole the name. And when I came back, I was like, well, I want to sell you the trademark so I don't have to have my name on your show because I don't like you that much. So I wanted to sell it to him for $1. He was supposed to meet me at Olive Garden. I was going to pay for everything. He just had to pay me the $1 for the freaking trademark, and he wouldn't show up, bitched out. So I just kind of left it alone and just didn't care about it anymore. 6 months later, this dude named Jesse from Pot Awful hits me up. I give him the trademark, and then I guess he's been getting trolled by this guy ever since. So there's a lot of documentaries. Really great one, actually. I just rewatched the other night by this guy named Porcelain on YouTube, but it's just like called it's about the Terrisbergs, and it's like a whole documentary on Mersh, and everything you need to know about him, all the different beefs that he's had and stuff. So like if you wanted to learn about that guy, it's weird. He has people like Tony that seem to be super into Mersh to the point of insanity. And Mersh has these guys that like go out to different YouTubers and stuff and basically try to seed him into their like zeitgeist, right? And create beef with them. So like Mersh doesn't do it directly. He's got a Discord with a bunch of guys in it, and all these guys have their own shows, and they're all like, oh, researchers, and they're constantly going out trying to find info for Mersh. And if Mersh puts anything out on his show and they see it anywhere else, they're immediately like, why aren't you crediting my boy Mersh? Why aren't you crediting Mersh for this? Mersh is the one that put this out. Why aren't you talking about Mersh?
Zero Dark Tony works for Mersh?
Yeah, so he's like working for Mersh, but it's not like it's a job. Like he gets paid for it.
He's just he's a stand. He's a stand for him.
He's a stand, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So you have people like that are probably like, you have to be like, hey,
Yeah.
whoa, dude, chill out.
You're taking the fandom a little too far. Like
Right?
the guy is like, he was up in he got real aggressive with the coffee stuff in Africa. He's like, no, because I saw you defending the quartering and this and that. I'm like, dude, I just don't like Eliza. That's it. I don't trust her. I think she's lying. He's like, okay, I'll allow that. And then when he saw that I became friendly with you, I got like 10 messages in a row from the guy, like, oh, now you're just sucking up to the Defango and this and that. I'm like, block, not dealing with this asshole. Like, this guy's insane.
So here's the craziest part of all of this. Like, here's the craziest part. So first, I will completely disclose. Many people have come forward and told me about Mersh and everything that deals with him. Whether like I don't get in, and I've told people this, I don't get involved in the drama behind the scenes of what's gone on. I've watched Mersh's shows. I have no problem with him. I think even somebody said too, like that he had once said something about me, but then he laughed, like, oh, Farron actually likes me. Like, I have no problem, like I keep my distance when it comes to inside baseball and drama with people and whatever. Point being that he's never done anything to me. Zero Dark Tony, okay? I have known Anthony for almost a decade, like personally. Yes.
Really? You actually know that crazy fool?
So here's the craziest part of all of it is I knew him back in the day because there was a woman on Instagram who was going around and saying that she actually was a private investigator and that she goes and basically made it to her Instagram audience during like the 2020 election, like when QAnon was getting really big and like the CP trafficking and all that other stuff was really out there. She kind of grifted off of it and was like basically telling her audience, like she kicks in the doors and like arrests these predators, right? And we started asking questions, and because Tony was a friend of mine, and we were like, hey, like what is this? Like, where's your PI license? Like, who are you operating with? Just asking questions exactly like people did with Eliza Bleu. Completely blew up at me, Tony. We were just kind of like, hey, like we're just small channels, we're just asking questions, and so him and I like laughed about it, being like, well, you can tell a fraud by you can tell it was a fraud when they have the reaction like that, right? So time goes on, we kind of lose touch, but still, like a text here and there, like, hey, how's it going, whatever. Then I see all this Eliza Bleu stuff starting to come out, and I see on his Twitter that he had tweeted at it. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Oh my God, this is so weird. I'm on my friend Thermo's channel one night, and this was back in the beginning when it just started to like make ripples in the water, like very beginning, when you like not even long after you put out your tweets for your thread, Defango. And so I'm on my friend Thermo's channel, and I text Tony. I'm like, hey, oh my God, like, you know a lot about Eliza, like, come on the show and talk about it. And you can go on Thermo's channel. I'm like, you guys, I've known Tony forever. I can't believe he's been asking questions the same way that Defango has. Said nothing about you, said nothing about Mersh. It was just like him being like, yeah, like, she seems like a fraud. Like, I've been in Hollywood. I know these types, yada, yada, yada. Seemed very fine. Then all of a sudden, you know, so we go through texting, and we're going through and like going, you know, like finding inside information as we're starting to dig deeper on this. And then he gets hit by a car and sends me the pictures and everything. You know, it was a terrible accident. Don't know what happened. But then I don't know. And again, this is just all speculation on my end. Started like really hate texting me because I had been talking to you, but I also was like talking to Mersh too, like, you know, equally. You know, I didn't really know the beef. And then all of a sudden was like, how dare you? You're not crediting me. I'm one of the first people that brought this forward. And I was like, wait a minute, I'm so confused. Like, I don't understand. Like, you know, I'm tagging you in my tweets. Like, I don't understand. And he's like, well, I don't need the credit, you bitch. And like, just sending me these long-winded paragraph text messages. And I'm like, and I asked him, I was like, are you okay? Like, this doesn't sound like the Tony that I know. And then he did admit that he was on different pain pills and stuff like that because of the accident. And he was like also voice to text. But the point being is that it didn't seem like him. It was very out of character. And then I saw him when I was on Simcast and we were talking about it. Again, very early days of all of this. And, you know, we're on there talking about it, trying to bring light to the situation. Mind you, Chrissy has had Eliza on her show multiple times. And Chrissy's like, I feel bamboozled. And then he starts, you know, hate tweeting at Chrissy, being like, you're a fucking grifter, you're this, you're that. And I'm like, Tony, this is my friend. Like, Chrissy and I are friends. Like, what are you doing? And it just seemed like
Take a picture of Riddick Fusion, you're a liar.
No, but then so that was the thing, like, where I was just like, what is going on here? Why are you so angry? And then he started going off on the quartering and the coffee thing. And it got to be the point where I felt like I was looking into the mind of, like, you know, somebody that's just not all there.
No,
and
you think?
Yeah, like,
well,
seriously.
and
I hope
really,
he gets some help. Like, honestly, that dude's just nuts, man. He just goes off on the. He went off a tangent on me after I explained. It was weird. I explained to him the Merce situation succinctly, and then it was like a day later, nothing, and then he was just all of a sudden unblocked, and then he got hit by a car, and then he became a different person.
And that's where it really actually pains me, because it's just like, you know, are these the pain meds, or is it this, is it that? I don't understand what's going on. Like I said, again, I have nothing against Mersh. He's never done anything to me. I watch his show every once in a while. I think he's fucking hilarious. I know you guys have beef. I wasn't there. I'm equal opportunity, you know. But again, it just really pains me, because then Tony, this was like a couple of days ago on my Twitter, where I finally was like, I'm done, because he was going off and tweeting at BX Bullet, saying how, you know, I'm the grifter that propped you up. I single-handedly, me and Chrissy propped you up, and that, you know, we're responsible for all of this, and that the weight needs to come down on me and Chrissy. And I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? And here I'm texting, and I'm trying to take the conversation from Twitter to a private conversation. And then he's like tweeting more and more, like she's tweeting at me, and I'm trying to be at home in bed and trying to, you know, to rest and look at this psycho. And I'm like, you're fucking tweeting right now. Like, and I'm texting you, trying to take the conversation offline. So finally I was like, you know what, I'm done. And I tweeted out the messages that I sent. And like I said, I was like, it really sucks to see a friendship go over this. But in honesty, like the Eliza stuff has made people go crazy.
How much of a friend was he?
I mean, he was a very good friend, but like I said, just something snapped. I don't know what it was. I don't know what happened. You know, I can even admit myself, like, you know, the Eliza stuff made me go a little bit crazy. You know, everybody saw my shit with the quartering, like, fine, you know, but like there comes a point, like, and I understand, like, where people are really invested in a story and they feel like, you know, God, like, we're not getting the traction that we should, or people aren't going to the real people for the facts. I understand that. Unfortunately, the way the internet also is, though, is that like these bigger channels are going to take it. They're going to run with it, and that's where, like a lot of people were like, oh, you were begging for a thank you. No, I wasn't saying a thank you to me personally. I was saying like a thank you to everybody, because it's really been a community thing. And again, Jeremy and I are fine. Everything is cool now. But like, I understand though, where smaller creators will get angry. So that's where I sympathize with Tony. But the hate
Tony
and stuff, I have no idea where that's
Tony
coming
Baloney. That's what I call Tony Baloney. But also thanks to Range Balls for that $9.99 super chat saying resist, but we much Defango 33 Rubbleizer out. What the fuck does that even mean?
It's all no agenda language.
What the fuck?
Rubbleizer.
All right, that guy's definitely one of those no agenda people, if I remember.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He was.
I gotta head out, but thank you for having me on. I appreciate it. We'll talk soon.
Hey, no problem, Turbo.
Yeah.
Boy, thanks
See you
for
later,
coming on with us, bro.
Keep up the good work.
Turtle Boy.
Adios,
Turtle Boy.
man.
You need a theme song.
I know. I do need a jingle. I'll hire someone for that. Bye, guys.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
All right.
Turtle Boy. Turtle Boy.
I'm gonna put on some hip hop. Oh my god! Look, another big super chat, dude. There's a bunch
I'm
of
glad you're getting love
GBP
tonight.
flowing in this chat right now.
A lot of Brits.
A lot of Brits all of a sudden. What's up? What do we got here?
Or
we
from
got
Scotland or
what is that? JHMJ Builders. 20 great British pounds. Go Team Michael Jackson. Brits rule. I miss Michael. Love Manny. He's so funny. Could watch him all day. Middle finger Shane. Hey man, we appreciate that. Or man or woman. I don't want to misgender you or whatever, but we appreciate that shit. Thank you very much. And then there was another one.
I was gonna say that legit straight up sounds like my shower thoughts. Like, yeah, fuck Shane. Team Michael Jackson. Manny's funny. Like the most simple time in my life is in the shower, and the thoughts that are just very simple in there is what I'm saying.
I don't think about it. You know what I'm thinking about in the shower? Oh, I need to wash my left side now. Oh, I should probably wash my ass now. Like that's what I think about. Just, how we're different, I guess. 2012 Jameson says $1.99 through super chat, working on a Tim Pool story as an attorney. Oh, okay. Tell us the rest of it through another super chat.
That's
Thank
good.
you very much.
That's good. Yeah.
Just keep them coming. Keep it coming. And it's cool that we had Turtle Boy on here. He just popped in. That's the kind of stuff that we like to see coming on.
He was on fire on Twitter. Holy shit.
Yeah, he was really pissed off.
I wasn't
he was
saying
way
I
more
just
pissed off than me.
Oh yeah. Well, dude, everybody's more pissed off than you right now.
Well, did you go
but
through
I'm like
Turtle
smoking
Boy's...
weed. I'm like live, let live, that sort of thing. But I was looking through his whole thing. We talked about it a bit last night.
2012 Jameson. Shaden didn't write a story, just a diary entry. Yes.
Dude, I want to read the rest of that diary then.
Dear diary.
Do you really?
Yeah, because it's probably going to get fucking insane and we're going to defame the shitload because I'm probably the villain.
Defango is what you're doing.
That's right. I can't sue now because they did exactly what I asked them to do, so that's fine.
Well, they didn't really apologize. They didn't really do what you asked them to do.
Yeah,
all they did was put out the conversation that you and Shane had, where Shane didn't tell you it was being recorded 5 days ago. It wasn't even the most recent conversation. It was the conversation you originally had. That's all they did.
That's the only conversation we had.
I wouldn't count that as them doing what you asked for one bit. But, I'm not the one they're defaming, so.
Yeah.
They
didn't even mention me, the bastards. I kept hoping I would pop up in that article. Nothing at all.
Gene. Nothing.
Not a single mention. He's like, God, I was interviewing Adam Curry this morning. They can't even mention me. God,
I know,
damn
right?
It.
Well, and so here's the other thing though too, as and somebody was asking me what I was drinking. It's this amazing
pure vodka.
No, I wish.
What?
I actually quit drinking. Believe it or not, folks.
Oh, so did I. That's awesome.
That big ass straw.
Well, I always drink everything through a straw. No, but it's actually from Costco. It is a sparkling grapefruit juice that is unfreaking believable. It's my new thing. Because a lot of people I used to love vodka grapefruit, or like vodka and like soda with a splash of grapefruit.
Cranberry and vodka.
So it fills the urge, yes. But I've realized that I had to take my health into consideration. My liver needs a rest, and so I'm going to see how long I can go We'll see how
Good.
long can we go, you know? But there's no way that there isn't booze in that glass. I wish there was booze in this glass, but again, I have a documentary coming out on Sunday, and I still have yet to edit a lot of different portions. So trust me, I need to be sober to like get that shit done. So no, I wish there was. But no, the other thing that I was going to say really quick too
before you do that, super chat.
Go for it. Yes,
we got two of them to go through here. So 199 from Jameson 212. The yesterday lawsuit from California. Oops. So he's correct. We like it when people do a super chat to correct the previous super chat. That's the best kind of super chat.
You did more correcting than Shane Cashman did.
That's right.
For $199.
Yeah, but we're still able to use this right now, so that's good.
Oh, here's
then
one.
We have
to
another
you.
one for range ball from Ray Balls for $4.99.
Fran,
can you say Tori? Let's wait, Fran.
Tori.
He meant to say Frank. Can you say Tori? Let's have at it. You got the minerals, mate. Get on in. Get the badge in.
Hell yeah.
That means. What does that mean?
I don't think he means Frank. I think he meant Farron.
Farron?
Yeah, I think he meant me. Yeah.
I think so.
Tori.
Maybe he did.
No,
I don't
Farron.
know.
Can you say Tori?
Tori.
We'll have to wait to see if he super chats.
Yeah, you're gonna have to super chat the explanation for that
this
one.
is Griftcast, folks. If we don't understand, you're gonna have to just super chat again.
Like we read the other chats and we'll highlight them if they're good enough. But I mean, you know, if you put money on it, we'll definitely read them.
I will
no
say,
matter
you guys,
how ridiculous it is.
I will say you guys are all amazing for supporting Defango as well as Gene here, because things have not been very fair, and I think it's amazing to see the support and to see the super chats come in. I'm loving this. Keep it coming, guys. That's what she said.
Was it a one party or two party recording state law? I think it's two party in both, actually.
In Maryland, it's a one party because that's where they're at. So he was able to do it, but for you, you're two party.
But somebody said Maryland was a two party.
Yeah, and somebody said Maryland
was
a two party.
Yeah.
Let me confirm.
But it sort of doesn't matter. I mean, that the whole recording thing is it's mainly for courtroom admissions. So if you record somebody from a state which requires both party consent, then you can't use a recording in court. But can you just turn the recorder on? Yeah, just about anywhere. I mean, a few states make it, I talked about this earlier, make it a little more difficult because their wiretapping laws don't specify that the party itself can record. But even in a lot of dual party consent states, it doesn't mean you can't record. It just means you can't use the recording in court.
Maryland,
not a lawyer, not legal advice.
Maryland is an all-party consent state.
Yeah, so we would have had to have both consented to it.
What do you mean all party? It says one party.
It says is one of the few states with two-party consent laws.
Yeah, which basically means all parties.
Oh, okay.
Maryland's wiretapping and electronic surveillance act is unlawful to record something without the consent of all parties in the recording conversation. And he said that he wasn't recording it, but I said it's fine if you record it.
Yeah.
But he never made it clear that he was actually recording it. So, you know, it's not like I can't get into anything else. It's just like so fucking nitpicky. I hate it.
Yeah, it's not
there's super chats, so I don't.
That's right.
Iridic Fusion, $2. Exclusive reporting for Griftcast IRL short. What? What do you mean the exclusive reporting short? You're gonna have to super chat us to get to finish that statement. You know, if you just send more money, it'll let you make a longer statement.
Type more. Yeah, that's right. Do $5. You can type more.
Yeah, and if you do 2012 Jameson,
Baron, do journalists normally record without consent?
Yes, all the time, usually.
Well,
in my experience,
no. No. In fact, journalistic ethics journalistic ethics call for you to let the party know and ask, is it okay to record this? And if you are one of those people that don't, that is one of the things I will say, that I have a love-hate relationship with Project Veritas. Because while I understand a lot of it is undercover, a lot of it also I feel like it's not ethical journalism. However, again, in cases where things need to be uncovered, like what we saw with the latest video of that freak out, which was like, honestly, like one of the best things I've ever seen in a long time. You're not going to get the truth on a lot of that stuff. But when it comes to an actual, if it's just an interview, like the setup of Defango and Shane, you should let them know that you're recording the conversation. 100%.
But even for Veritas, they're recording in order to set the person up. So it would seem that if Shane was recording, he was trying to set up Defango. Now, whether he achieved that goal or not is a different question. But if you're recording without notification, then I think you're attempting to set the person up because you think they're going to say something that's a gotcha.
Wait, what is this?
Bro, this guy just
Oh, he's at the gas station. Yeah.
He said
nice.
he's in the gas station.
This is the Eliza Shane gas station.
He
the
capped
famous.
us, bro. I call it no cap on this fool, and he's just like, boom, there.
Yeah,
that is
that's
it.
nice.
And Andrea, I wasn't talking about ethics. I was just talking about like what they teach you in journalism school. But I can talk about ethics too. Why not? I mean, shit, I can talk about anything, right? Free speech.
Ethics. Wait, is there another super chat in there? Yes, there is.
Damn.
Sorry. What's it called? Range balls. $4.99. YouTuber Minerals FC. Johnny always. Let's have it right. He's funny. Chelsea FC fan. The badge is the Stone Island clothing brand Badge Clothing. Huh.
Well, that's fun. I was a former Chelsea fan. I actually have like a zip up here somewhere that says Chelsea on it. From the first time that I went to London, I won't lie though, I loved it because I look really good in blue. So I was like, ooh, I like this. Because I had no idea about anything soccer or football over in across the pond. So that was the first team that I liked. And then after I liked Liverpool.
Jameson, $2. Shane was portraying to be a journalist. Oh no. I think he still is technically.
He's still a journalist, sort of.
I mean, he's claiming to be.
Here's the one thing that I think that's interesting is that in today's standards, anybody, and I say this as having been a reporter, anchor, all that other stuff, I can even say it myself. Today, anybody can be a journalist. All you got to do is whip out your phone and start recording. Many call that citizen journalism, but a lot of people can be journalists today, 100%. It's a choice, though, whether or not you're going to be biased or not. That is your ultimate choice. And you don't see a lot of unbiased journalists out there anymore. And that's where I think people are really craving that of just give it to me straight. Just tell me how it is. And yeah.
Yeah, give me the super chat straight up right into my bank account.
Hell yeah.
A Riddick Fusion, $2. A Grift Society where we all benefit. Yes, well, right now in this Grift Society, I'm the only one benefiting, but soon Gene will benefit, and then we will take the benefits of the grift and show people how to grift for good.
Yes,
maybe.
This is
I don't know.
grifting
If Gene lets me,
101.
As long as it's grifting for the good of us, sure.
Yeah, see, Gene's the one that's teaching me how to be like, better, a better
A
grifter.
capitalist. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, well, when you go from not really caring that much about money to like trying to get it, you got to learn how to be a capitalist or whatever.
But you're doing well. You're doing well.
Yeah, I think so. Right?
Well, I also
money.
think that just knowing you now personally as
I need
a friend,
to fix my BMW.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
a joke. I don't have.
Don't worry, we'll get you a Tesla soon enough.
Yeah, exactly. Just start tweeting at Elon and start with Andrew Yang and then go from there.
There you
go. But no, I mean, just as a personal friend, as well as I've gotten to know you, I think you were very wronged in this situation, and so that's where I'm here for support. And the more super chats, the better, folks.
Yeah, the more super chats,
right.
the more that we get to talk about your people's stuff and your questions, because we'll look it up if we have to. I mean, if I don't know what you're talking about, I'll look it up. But I'm smarter than the average bear. Some of you guys think that you're gonna get one past me or whatever. Anyways, Jamison 2012 $1.99. Deception is not protected by Section 230 or the First Amendment. Okay,
that's right.
That's right.
Yeah, and 230 wouldn't apply anyway because that is an editorial organization. They're not simply a I forget the legal term, but they're not Google or somebody running a chat board. They are the actual publisher.
Like AOL. Remember AOL? Remember Glenn?
I remember AOL.
See, this would be a perfect time to get Glenn back on the show, but he probably still hates my guts. But Glenn used to work with all those different companies. He was what I was working on a platform with, which is still there. The Fediverse platform that's there.
Yep.
I just remember when AOL first came out, and it was like the chat room, like where like you learn like what a chat room was. And I remember like first coming on the scene as a kid and like seeing like the ASL, you know, and you're kind of like, what does this mean? You know, and like when you go back and look at it, you're like, oh my God, that is like the ultimate predator playground.
Yeah, it was.
But we were so young and so naive, you know, like that just a small town girl logging into AOL, you know, like just innocent, not knowing anything. And then now you have like Chris Hansen, come on and step in here for me. You know, like it's just the way that everything is morphed.
Oh yeah.
It's just insane to see the trajectory of what happened, you know?
I'm happy with the protections, but the thing is, I've been saying for a long time that, you know, I disagree with the Electronic Frontier Foundation and some of the other like hackers that are out there, you know, in my community about what Section 230 did based on like the hacker perspective of things, more importantly, the piracy perspective of things, because it gave carte blanche for a lot of these Hollywood companies to basically utilize the government as an arm of their own power. And there was a lot of different people that got raided and shut down over this. Like, I don't know how I escaped any like greater problem in this area, but I guess it's just at certain points in time, you know, the technology. Yeah, Jesus was on my ass, and then he was but I was just too smart with the technology that they had. And they could track the stuff that I was doing back then now, but like the idea of this piracy movement and then how it kind of like morphed into what we're seeing now with 230 is really interesting, because back then, you know, these guys were just putting up content so that people could watch it. It's not like they were making money off of it, you know, like for people actually paying to watch it. There was just ads, right? That's what they were getting paid off of them. And that's what's ultimately killed that entire community, is because nobody wanted to be like me and say, hey, if we're going to do this, the only way we can do this right is if we don't make any money. And yeah, it may cost us a lot, but the whole point is to do it so it doesn't. And we were able to do it, right? We actually made it happen. But obviously, super chat, $5 from Just Been Sniped Cable. Okay, what's good video on QAnon stuff? Curious how it all started. It's hard to find a lot of videos, a lot of fake news out there.
And can I say one thing? I actually watched, because when you know I never was into Q. But I knew, God, what's her name? Liz Crokin. I remember seeing her name because she's from Chicago. So I remember reading her Sun Times articles, being a Chicagoan myself. And I remember, you know, kind of seeing some of her articles and stuff, you know, through college or whatnot. I watched Q Into the Storm. Because my thing was, I was just interested to see how these people were totally just, their minds, it was almost like every conspiracy came into like QAnon, like everything funneled into QAnon, right? And I mean, I love, I'm a Scorpio. I love how the human brain works and how people, you know, like cults and stuff. Like, I'm probably just like every other basic bitch out there, but like I love watching that kind of shit and seeing how, you know, psychology works on people and whatever. But anyway, long story short, I watched the episode last night of you on Vice, and I was like, oh my God, I know that guy, which was super weird. But yeah, it is weird, like how it all started and like what happened. And so yeah, what is a good source to look at how it all started and whatnot?
Well, I mean, there's some videos up on my Rumble channel, but there's a few of them where I have interviews with like Microchip and then some of the other guys that were associated with it. So I'd say you have to go to Rumble and actually watch all of it, because I moved it all off of YouTube to Rumble, whatever I had left on this channel before I cleared out. Like there's probably maybe like 1 or 2 videos that are still on my channel here. But, you know, I'm planning on clearing all of the old stuff off completely because, you know, I don't want to get strikes or anything for any of that stuff. But I do plan here in the near future just, you know, taking some time and then kind of going back all over it, because it's all disparate. But there is a place you could go. You could find a lot of really interesting videos run by a guy named Arturo that hates my guts. But he does have a pretty good listing of a lot of the videos that are important. Although he got to take his shit with a grain of salt too, because he's interjecting his own fake facts and crap into it. But he's basically just taking everything that I gave him and then my channel stuff and then chopping it up into little smaller sections and putting it up on his channel. But there's even like long form stuff. It's just a PeerTube instance called Conspiracy Distillery or The Conspiracy Distillery. You can find it if you Google it, and it'll come up as like this like weird YouTube thing that you can't log into or sign up for, but it's just got a bunch of videos on it. So that's a good spot to look at. And then my Rumble channel under just Defango really is you go over there and you'll find just a fuck ton of videos that go all the way back until basically from the beginning of this situation till pretty much like today, basically. So a lot of good videos. I gotta like kind of go pick them out, and when I redo my videos, I'm just gonna kind of like be taking stuff from old things and then just kind of commenting over what we already had discussed, because I mean there's just a lot of shit, man. I mean the TLDR is that I was at this place called DEF CON, which is a hacker conference. I went to a whistleblower meeting, and I was already in a lot of trouble because I had discovered that this Schoenberger character had been lying to me about who he was, and some people that were also in solving the puzzle had basically kind of giving me their experiences with him. So I kind of was a little bit shocked, and I used this time to basically shift the puzzle that he was working on into doing kind of my own thing. And I met up with a bunch of people. I said, wouldn't it be really interesting if we took something like FBI on, and then we used it as like kind of like a litmus test where not only could we track it, but we could kind of see how people reacted to the information, where we put out some knowing of disinformation and then we just trace it through the internet to see how it spreads, right? We go to the most common place for viral things like 4chan, and then we basically let it fly, and we want to see how the engine of 4chan reacts to it, and then create something that's going to react positively with them, and then in order to basically start having it feed into other places. And that way we can kind of watch how the information flows from 4chan to the YouTube to Twitter, and then you start seeing it going from Twitter and YouTube and then all these other platforms. And ultimately what a lot of people didn't realize is that I was actually signing up for these like government programs to utilize really interesting pieces of technology that were, kind of brand new, and they were using that shit to track it. But technically we were not told to do this or anything like that. We just had access to the stuff already, and then we wanted to, use it for something else, see if it would work for that. So it was kind of like a double test, because normally they were utilizing it for basically prediction analysis. And I was like, well, what if we could predict like how this disinformation would flow across the net, right? And ultimately that's what it was all about. The problem with the whole Q situation is the fact that we only meant for it to go on for like a month, right? And then we posted the trip code, and then that's also part in time, because in social dynamic movements, there's usually about 4 different phases of that movement that dictate how it's going to live. And usually in the second phase, the emergence phase, is when people are really starting to like worm their way in and take control of it. So like we started something, and then we took it to the emergence phase, and then it's like we all just kind of stopped, put the keys down, but we left them in the view of specific people that we figured would probably be the closest to like taking this over. And then we just kind of followed them along to see what they did with it, basically. And it was normal people that, weren't previously associated to us, like knowing that we were actually involved with this. It was more like we would be nudging people, just being all like, oh, hey, did you hear about this, right? And this is what created this like feedback loop that QAnon was in the first place, is because it kept on changing hands on who was actually doing it. And with every single new person, like a new like fucking weird thing was involved with it. Like when it first started, it was really only about Hillary Clinton and shit. And then it evolved into kind of being about Pizzagate and talking about that. And then it was talking about Jeffrey Epstein. And then where the real fucked up shit happened is that QAnon didn't really incorporate all of these different conspiracy theories. It's the people that were promoting it that were doing it, because each and every single channel, YouTuber, influencer, Twitter account, whatever the fuck that was talking about it, all had their own specific spin to it. And what you started to see is like very well-known disinformation influencers that we had been following and targeting, names that everybody sees, would all react in different ways to this information, or they would all put their own spin on it and then try to embed it into their system. And then that's ultimately where this like all-encompassing situation where everybody just wants to blame fucking QAnon because some guy thought that his, family was lizards and he killed them or whatever. That's not a QAnon conspiracy. No, that never came up in any direct QAnon lining. It was never a part of the original lore, whatever. That's a David Icke thing, right? So like that's somebody that was listening to somebody that was a follower of David Icke when he was flirting with the QAnon conspiracy theory. And that's who should probably really be to blame. But it's a lot easier for the news media to create another boogeyman. And that's essentially what we've, the unintended consequence of this, the thing that I didn't think about because I was only really picturing the book Q by Luther Blissett, which is a real book that talks about how there was a whistleblower who wasn't actually a whistleblower. He was working for the crown and he was like a secret government agent or whatever. And, my thing is that, I'm technically wasn't back then, but I actually got into like doing government contracts and stuff. So it's very funny how things mesh themselves together in this particular situation because we're trying to stop something like January 6th from happening, right? We're trying to basically satiate the masses utilizing psychological programming to keep them from going outside and going to those places. And I think that we were actually supremely highly effective in that because everybody was stuck on their fucking phones, in their homes, on their computers. And I mean, only the really, really radicalized individuals were the ones that were actually taking the fight out into the Republic. There were some people, random people that showed up and were on the actual sidelines, but it was actual groups, a couple of them really, that seemed to actually be behind that particular event. And it's like people try to blame it on QAnon, but it was really these groups that were the ones that were working together. And I mean, just talking about that, fucking Ali just followed me last night on Twitter.
I
and
saw
he was
that.
like hitting my shit up, and I'm like, oh, Ali, you motherfucker, I can't believe you went to the fucking Capitol with fucking Alex Jones, you fucking dumbass. What did I tell you?
So
What did I tell you?
Here's a question for you.
Hold on one sec, Farron. So to wrap that topic up, I know people will keep having questions about the Q stuff. This is why we have locals. So we're going to have content for locals members, specifically about Q, because like part of the audience doesn't give a shit about Q.
Yeah.
And part of the people love hearing more about the inside, baseball stuff. So for those folks that really want to focus on Q, go to griftcast.locals.com. There's literally nothing there right now. We just set it up. But that will be the place where anybody that's really interested in Q will have either videos that Defango records or live streams like this, but literally through locals. So they'll be behind the member wall, and specifically for folks that care about that stuff, which is not everybody.
And folks, mind you, to sign up for locals, it's free. Like, yes, just so you're aware, when there are live streams, there might be subscription only, to where you actually have to be a paying subscriber. But if they are open to the free paying members, it does, you do pay a subscription to be able to chat in the chat room as the live stream is going on. But it's 100% free to sign up. So griftcastirl.locals.com. Do it for Lunchy, goddammit. Look at that face.
Lunchy needs prime rib.
Exactly, right?
Look at her.
And
she doesn't eat kibbles.
No. Do you feed her farmer's dog?
No, I feed her like chicken and rice.
Oh, that's good.
Actual food.
Cheeseburgers.
Well,
That's
rice is
not as
only for
good.
when they're sick, but no, I feed my dog Buddy chicken all the time. It's really, really good for them. And you know what else? Carrots. Carrots is very good for them.
Eggs and ham.
Oh,
Buddy
Buddy loves hard-boiled eggs. Yes. I mean, they're little people,
She gets scrambled eggs. Sometimes she'll get like an over easy egg if she's into that sort of thing. But it just really depends on how she's feeling in the morning. Isn't that right, Mamos? Right now she's hungry. That's why she's over here. She's like, Daddy, I'm fucking hungry.
Yeah, feed me. But also, again, locals is a great spot when, kicked off of YouTube, kicked off of Twitter, because the posts will be immediately uploaded there. So griftcastirl.locals.com. Also fairandbalance.locals.com.
It's like nobody's really gonna know the full truth about QAnon until the New York, or not, sorry, was it the New York Times that he said, or the Time? One of the two. He said it was the New York Times or the Time comes out to and wants to talk about something. or wants to talk about Q, that's when we're really going to truly know.
And Monkey, I'm with you. The locals platform, they really need to fix the interface as far as going live to where you can like use restream and stuff like that. I'm hearing that they're working on that, but they need to like be a little bit quicker on that. Like get on it, you know. I'm totally with you, Monkey Savant. I get it. I get it.
It would be nicer if they get that going, and but they've got a lot of stuff to do, like improving the general UI of Rumble. The apps for the iPhone for Rumble totally suck. They have a lot of work that they need to do. They're gaining more momentum, but they need to reinvest that money and make it as close to YouTube in terms of ease of use as they can.
And you know, a friend of mine, she's actually a producer, Tara Reid. Tara Reid, a close friend of mine, she's the producer on Kim Iverson's show, who was just picked up by Rumble. But then you also have Glenn Greenwald. You have a number of other creators out there, like Viva Fry and Viva Barnes, where they just signed with Rumble, as well as Nick Rekieta. So like you can see that they're getting bigger creators to like get people to the platform. And I'm not gonna lie too, like there have been nights where I've streamed to Rumble, and I'm starting to get more people on Rumble than I am on YouTube, believe it or not. So it has that potential. But I do know that like a lot of the bigger creators have been trying to help them. Like, you need to do this, you need to do this, you know. So it's good that at least they're listening, and it's not like a YouTube where it's like, actually, we know better. Sit down, little girl. You know what I mean? So at least they're open to it. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I'm a big fan. I just wish they would get their UI in better shape. That's my main complaint.
Yeah. I hear you.
Yeah, they need to fix the UI, the search. The chat.
They need to get that grip.
They need to have an API so that we can, like, I don't know, get like pop-ups and shit like that, or at least, you know, get the chats in our restream thing. And then the main thing is being able to go live without having to set a different freaking thing every single time. I know they could do it. It's not that hard because I had it on my shit and it was like just a plugin. So and I know what they're using.
Defango knows. He knows.
That's
all.
right.
He sees all. That's why he has to wear the glasses. Also, I do want to respond to Crimadella or Crimadella. Barnes covered that Michael Jackson wasn't a pet. He was being framed. Can I tell you guys something that I haven't told a lot of people before? So, I was an extremely competitive dancer growing up, meaning that I would, you know, go to competitions. I started when I was at the age of 5, and my very, very first hip hop teacher was Wade Robson, who went on to sue Michael Jackson. Wade Robson was one of the child dancers for Michael Jackson. If you see the documentary Leaving Neverland, he appears in it where he talks about a lot of different stuff. I watched Leaving Neverland.
I do have a comment real quick.
Go for it.
I was told by an anonymous source that caught that former employee makes sense. If it had been a current one, it wouldn't have made sense. Ashton never worked there. She was just banging Luke. That was from an anonymous employee.
She was editing there. She was paid to edit videos.
Says she never worked.
Who are you talking about?
She was also dating
Luke.
She was also dating Luke at the time, but she was also paid to edit videos, according to her.
Well, maybe she's lying about that part, because according to my source, who definitely would know, she says no.
Okay.
Damn it.
And here's the thing. Either way, the conversation in the car where Tim was angry happened.
She didn't get paid. She didn't get paid.
Ashton edited for Luke. Okay. Either way, though, the thing that was
with some dick, maybe.
Hey, take it however you want it. You know that is her decision and her decision alone. But what I'm saying,
I'm not talking shit, man.
If you listen to Adam, pretty much everybody in that house was getting paid with dick.
What?
About 30 people, all getting paid with dick.
The conversation.
Got that much dick. Jesus. Why are we
I don't know, man.
so much?
I don't know. It's hard to believe.
The conversation, though, in the car was also heard by Luke, Tim, and Tim's girlfriend, as far as him not happy that Eliza was there for multiple days at a time.
Yeah.
So
That's probably just because Tim's a businessman and he's counting the mucks. He's thinking
doesn't
we could
look
be
good.
renting
It
that
doesn't-
room out.
it doesn't look good. And then I even asked Ashton, I said, was that common for people to stay there? And she said, the only people that stayed there from the time that she worked there, allegedly worked there now, according to this source, the only two people that she saw that stayed there were personal friends of Tim. One was Alex Jones. The other was Jack Murphy.
Well, there you go. There's proof right there, guys.
There's proof
So-
right there. Well, I mean, I don't know. I feel like my source knows, but I can't reveal my source.
And again, they very well could be completely correct. I was more talking about the conversation that happened in the car, though,
Okay.
of him not being happy that she was still there.
But honestly, what difference does it make if he was happy or not? That's like such a minor point.
I think it actually speaks to Tim's credibility. I think that he was not happy in the fact that he didn't know her personally, that she was still at the house, that she kept moving her flight back and then telling Adam to pay for it. I think that Tim, and everybody makes mistakes. And I think a lot of it too is that there is so much going on that Tim is responsible for. However, it's just, he's only one man,
Yeah.
And that's where, like, a
By
friend
choice.
of mine,
By choice.
right? A friend of mine, though, and damn you, we'll get back to Michael Jackson, I promise. Defango is actually the one that interrupted me about this. This is his show, so I'm gonna revert to him.
yeah,
but
go ahead. Go talk about Michael Jackson.
But really quick though, a friend of
20
mine
minutes.
who's a consultant for businesses was like, the first thing he needs to do is hire somebody just to come in and manage the company so he can focus on his thing. You can't do both at the same time. You're going to burn the candle at both ends. Back to Michael Jackson though. So Wade Robson was my very first hip hop teacher. I am younger than Britney Spears, but I remember learning all of her choreography. We in my dance class, we learned all of her music video dances. We learned NSYNC dances. I can literally get up and do them. Like, I remember all of them. I remember all of that stuff like the back of my hand, which amazing choreography. I'm not going to take that away from him. But we also knew that Wade was very into Wade, and that Wade had tried to release a book and that failed. He tried to have his own TV show, kind of like around, like similar, like So You Think You Can Dance, but like Wade was the judge. That flopped. There were a number of different things that Wade had tried to do to become famous, very much like an Eliza Bleu situation. And he either messed it up on his own accord, or he started sleeping with people, and that like is kind of what messed it up as well. So when I saw Leaving Neverland, and mind you, I went into it completely blind. I saw the first guy and I was like, ooh, that sucks. Immediately when I saw Wade Robson, I was like, this is bullshit. I do not believe it. I know Wade. There's no way. So that's how I personally believe that Michael Jackson was either set up or he was being extorted for money, which you see that happened a lot in his life.
He's still alive.
I hope
he turned
is.
he turned into a fucking car and drove away. Just like in that Moonwalker movie. That's the way I remember it.
I hope he is.
And then we got a
I
super
miss
chat
him.
for Range Balls, $4.99. ITM Curry presented Michael Jackson with the MTV Video Vanguard Award. Also, Gene knows Curry's famous NBC interview after MJ passed away.
That is correct.
That is correct. Yeah, that's why I wish I could have talked to him more, but I figured it's all right. There'd be time for that. Oh, what is this? T. Michael Jackson?
I'm loving all of these super chats, yo.
Jesus Christ. $50, Great British Pounds. Manuel, 10 years investigated by the FBI, found zero. Files on my site and 2005 trial transcripts. Read them. Thanks, Farron. Okay, we'll definitely do that.
Amazing.
Amazing, for sure. Thank you for your
Amazing.
generous
Thank
donation.
you.
We appreciate you.
Thank you. Hey, I got one thing. We don't need to jump to it right now. I just want to make sure that we do it at some point today. I want to cover some of the stuff that was raised by, what's her name? The investigative, private investigator.
Oh, you wanted to go to BX Bullet, dude?
Defango's wife?
Yes,
My new-
Defango's
my
wife.
future
That's right.
She blocked me, man.
Can't believe
I
she
was
blocked
trying-
you.
I was trying so hard. I was being so sweet, sending her
I have
hearts
my
and stuff.
Twitter. I think I have my Twitter. Hang on, let me see. Did she block me? Oh no.
Yeah, but she blocked
Don't
me.
block
But that's
girl.
all right. I was like I was looking her up. I was on Kiwi Farms looking up me. Apparently, I've been
blocked.
showing up on there
I'm
a
not
couple of
blocked.
times. Oh, good. But I noticed that they were talking about me in the merch situation, but then I found this.
So
and I was like, oh
yeah.
dear me, my.
And you instantly saw your future wife.
Yep. Then I was all like, yep.
I mean,
she's my future wife. She's got guns.
I would totally date her. Are you kidding?
Yeah, I figured you would probably be trying to date her, but then I noticed that she was into like, you know,
Wait, is that her Instagram? What is that?
No, this is a specialized site that collects all of the Reddit posts a user ever made and keeps them up even when the user deletes them.
Mm-hmm.
So like there's a lot of different images from, you know, where she was posting and what images that she was putting up on the various different like places. There's also some not safe for work stuff that we've located because it seemed that she was into something. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick. Yeah. There was actually a Reddit subreddit called Hypno Girl or Hypno Gone Wild, which is like girls getting hypnotized, but then apparently doing some sort of sexual things. I guess that's probably safe to say. And I was even actually able to locate, which I hadn't seen anybody else bringing it up, by the way, but like locate all of those actual Gone Wild archives as well. But I don't know if it's actually going to be, you know, like safe to show that shit.
Nah, probably not.
But
better safe than sorry.
Better safe than sorry is probably where I was.
I mean, you're kind of like, you don't want to lose all your access to everything again.
Well, so here's the one thing that I will say.
But I will bring it up, and I'm going to do it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
because it's all blurred anyway.
Again, people saying Eliza Bleu 2.0. I mean, does she admit this? Because if she admits it, then she's not Eliza Bleu.
No, she definitely tries to admit it, but there's some stuff here, like from Gone Mild, stuff that she was posting on her fan house that she claims that it seems that she claims that she wasn't doing some of this stuff, but according to the archives is that yes, she was. And I mean, you know, like there was a bunch of different images that basically had gotten deleted, but we can see that they were actually on that Gone Wild sub, and stuff to get posted there has to be pornographic in nature. It can't not be, you know, if you know about Reddit or whatever.
I have no problem with any of this stuff.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with any of this stuff either.
Here's what I was going to do is let me share a screen here. I know you like to dig.
Dog.
You're like a little mole rat.
A little fucking mole rat. And then I found like somebody that she was working with that she did pictures with that we can reach out to get some more information, who is actually Trinity on the Trailer Park Boys, who I don't even know.
Yeah, I know who that is.
Oh, yes, Janet Harrison, the actual person that was this person. Yeah, she used to actually do cosplay and gun shit, I guess, with this chick right here. And then I even found some like stuff of her from like, which says her name basically, which is Rebecca Spinks. And, you know, it goes way back to like 2018 when she was doing her competitive shooting stuff, which she seems to actually be really, really good at.
Yeah,
if you
exactly. So but let me just get my point out, because I don't care about any of the rest of this stuff. I don't care if she's posing naked. I don't care if she's on the OnlyFans. I mean, I guess it's actually kind of cool. Then. I don't really care unless I get a free preview. But here's the thing. I said in that clip where she had the video that says, no, not the case. It is the case with a very small exception. So we're both right. And she also showed that she is licensed, which is great, because I hate it when people claim things that have licenses and then don't actually prove that they have a license. So her license is good through 2024, but there are only 5 states that don't require PIs to be licensed. So every other state, the other 45, require anybody that calls themselves a private investigator to be licensed. So since she showed a license, my assumption is she doesn't live in one of these 5 states.
No,
Alaska,
she's in Texas. She's
Idaho,
Texas.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah. So I don't know why she got triggered by saying that you can't say you're a PI unless you're actually a registered PI, you're licensed PI. As a PI, she ought to be proud of the fact that she did something that does require licensing, and she went through it. So I say good for her. I mean, I have no beef with what she's saying. My question was, I haven't seen anything to suggest that this is anything more than just a name like Defango. Like Defango can't prove that he's actually Mud. I have yet to see a registration that shows that to be the case. So it's more of a stage name is Defango.
And you know what? I totally agree with you, because when I read the article, I was like, why did they use like her online name? Why didn't they use her actual registered name to give her more credibility? I mean, if she has the license,
right?
I mean, clearly she had to go through either training,
Yeah.
classes, whatever. Like, give the girl some justice. Use
Totally.
her name. However, obviously, the other side of it though is if she is a private investigator and she doesn't want her name released, they would use her online persona name. However, and that's the one issue that I think that I worry for her, female to female, is that if you are a private investigator, and you know what, like, again, I don't care if you have sexy pictures of you. I mean, she looks amazing.
Yeah, she looks great.
She's a
There's
beautiful
nothing
woman.
for her to, to not
you-
want to show it off.
We're not
Right.
making fun of her.
Not at all.
No, but like,
no.
because I know there are women out there that will be like, how do you have an OnlyFans? And like, you do you. I have no ill will towards women that want to have an OnlyFans. I know that there's other women out there that are like, how dare you? And I'm like, bitch, if you were offered that kind of money, you would freaking do it too. Like, even Ashton Birdie told me, because she has her OnlyFans. She's like, I had a guy pay me $300 to sing happy birthday to him dressed as Harley Quinn. And I'm like, girl, get it. Like, get it,
Yep.
That's creepy.
It is creepy,
And-
but you know what? Like, get paid. That's my thing. However,
Yeah,
the
make
only thing
that
that I
money,
worry
girl.
about, though, the only
Get
thing I
them
worry
ducats.
about is that if you are a private investigator, is that opening yourself up to either being doxxed, like having your image out there. Now, mind you, I don't know her history and her timeline. She might have
Yeah.
gotten her license after the fact. I don't know. But I just worry about her actual personal safety when it comes to these pictures being out and then saying that she's a private investigator. Because most private investigators that I know, like, they're not on any social media whatsoever. Like, they do not exist,
Yeah,
that
but
Team Michael
have
Jackson,
you
dude?
seen most
Fine.
private investigators? There's a reason for that.
Yeah. well,
Exactly.
It's usually
Private
got like
investigator?
50-year-old
No.
guys that look like their face was used as a saddle. This is not a profession that has the most beautiful people going into it, for sure. So
That's
if
true.
she has managed to use her God-given looks and a little bit of makeup to leverage that, I am totally for that. I think more power to her. If she wants to do stuff in cosplay, great. If she wants to do OnlyFans, that's fine. It may turn off some potential clients, but whatever. I mean, there's nothing that says she can't do that. And once she's actually shown that the private investigator isn't a stage name, but it is an actual certification, yes, I'm totally in her corner. This is great.
Yeah,
this is
great.
exactly, had Eliza Bleu done this kind of shit, nobody would be going after her right now. So this
All right,
type
well,
of
let's
behavior,
stop
I
skipping
applaud.
over the super chat. So
Sorry.
let's see. Tim Michael Jackson, $50 Great British Pounds. I learned more from Manuel in one stream than I have from Tiny Tim in 3 months. EB is Tim's cast groupie. Okay.
And I will
but
say
that makes
this
sense.
about BX Bullet. If you go on her Odyssey, the number of court cases that she does deep dives on, whether they're predators or whatever, she's doing way more work already just by like having these videos and editing them than Eliza Bleu has ever done.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So like, I'm going to give her that 100%, like that clout for sure. The one question that I do have though, and this is kind of more of a personal thing, is that
Who does your hair?
Why go on the offensive and attack everybody on Twitter? Why not collab? Why not like, it's that age-old saying that my mom and my grandma used to tell me, like, if you want honey, don't kick over the beehive. It seems like she's on the defensive trying to attack everybody versus like, hey, like, why don't reach out? Let's collab. Like, let's put our heads together and solve this shit together.
I think there's some old beef here.
Where? With who? Brittany?
Well, Brittany.
Brittler?
Yeah, that's what I was going to
It's Brittler.
Yeah. And that might be, real, or it might be complete bullshit, but whatever it is, it's understandable that the initial, draw of anybody is to assume that somebody they like is probably telling the truth. Somebody they don't like, probably a liar. And so in this case, with no facts at all, her default will probably be to say, oh, if Brittany's going against Eliza, Eliza's probably the good guy in this game. So I get it. I totally get all that. And I think that if there is a path forward to squash the beef with her, I
she's
don't
like
see
dominatrix, dude.
But
She's
here's
always,
the
Great.
problem that I have though.
people love that shit. What I like, nothing that I've seen about her seems to say that she's a bad actor.
Nothing I've
she's-
said either. I'm just pointing that out.
Yeah.
That, if you want to get with her, you got to submit.
Oh yeah, well no, I'm not
My
interested in that.
question, though-
I mean, like in terms of not trying to push more people from each side to go after the other, because I don't see a reason for it. I don't. She seems to be, a
She doesn't
Doing
even think
what-
birds. She doesn't even think birds are real.
birds aren't real. Stay woke. There you go.
I mean,
See,
it could
that's
also
funny.
be like trolling people. Who knows? But like, here's my question.
think?
Okay, here's my question. Okay, and I'll be totally frank with you. When all of this Eliza Bleu stuff started, the only thing that I cared about was the fact that she was going to the Twitter higher ups and trying to get this stuff taken down. By
Right.
that point, I hadn't even had Brittany Venti's cell phone number. I didn't have her email. I had never talked with her privately. Like, it was one of these things like where I really didn't have that connection to Brittany until
Yeah.
maybe like 2 weeks ago, where we started looking at stuff together at like 3 a.m. on the phone. I think it's disingenuous to, I mean, and mind you, like BX Bullet like attacked me well before like me and Brittany like exchanged numbers. But it's like, how can you just assume that automatically, like, because I don't believe Eliza automatically means that I'm like best friends with Brittany and you can attack me? Like, I can think for myself. And like, even now, like that I am friends with Brittany, if Brittany in any way was wrong, I would say, hey girl, I love you, but like, I kind of am with Eliza on this one. The way that it's adding up, if her story did add up. But it's like, why do you immediately have to jump to the personal issue of you're on the side of Brittany, or just because you believe Eliza means you don't believe Eliza means you're friends with Brittany? Like, no.
See,
People
look,
can think for
Brittany's online
themselves.
right now. She's online right now. Should we start super chatting at her? And
No, you should invite her to come here. She
that's
should just come
exactly,
here.
like, you should come on our show.
Yeah, where all the cool kids are hanging out with their $50 super chats.
Little kids with the pump top kids are gonna run.
Dude, you think she's gonna come slum it over here?
No.
Not
No.
at all.
Not at all.
I love her shirt though.
And what's Proud Bimbo? Yeah.
It says Proud Bimbo, and then she got them big
That is
jangly
pretty good.
earrings, but they're not the just regular hoops. They're definitely covered with some kind of ice or something. I can't tell. Must be birthday.
Let me tell you
present.
though, if Brittany
Is
wasn't
it a birthday
live,
present?
if Brittany wasn't live on her own channel, because this is normally the time that she goes live, had we sent her a link beforehand, she totally would have come on. She's so nice like that, where she'll come on and talk and all that. I mean, she came on my channel when you were there at Defango. You know, she's a very kind-hearted person. And I know a lot of people are very controversial about her, but from when I've talked to her, she's really sweet, very smart.
It is, yeah, she is. It's sad that this whole issue came up, in my opinion, because I really enjoyed Brittany's trolling on video games, like way before all this Eliza crap. As somebody who's a video gamer and has done more streaming of games than this kind of stuff, she had some great videos on that, where, trolling people basically, or pretending that they're trolling her when really she's trolling them. And then, when this whole issue hit, this whole Eliza thing, it was like, Jesus, this is the only thing people are talking about. So I'm definitely would be very happy to move on. Once Defango's out of the loop and nobody's talking about him, and that topic is no longer imminent.
Oh, you want to move on, dude? That's not how YouTube works, dog. This isn't 2 podcasts a week. This isn't a podcast a week, dog.
A new topic
This is
every
the
day, man. It's a new topic every day.
Yeah, no, there's not a new topic every day. There hasn't really been a new topic outside of Chinese balloons, train derailments.
That's not a fun topic, though.
What was the other thing that was happening that was big? I don't even remember. It's because it wasn't that important. Oh, there's a war in Ukraine. Nobody wants to talk about that.
No, that's been happening for literally a year. Nobody definitely wants to talk about that.
Yeah. I don't even want to talk about it. That's why I'm just like,
no.
I always like to pull up Brittany's channel though and see what she's up to. Then I also like to look
get
at the
that.
Griftcast, like stuff to make sure that we're still getting followed because it's still banned.
Is it?
Or search banned or whatever because it doesn't have a phone number attached to it. Oh, yeah. I felt like it would have been time. I thought BX Bullet was going to come onto the show. I was really, really excited. I was being
that would be
super
cool.
sweet to her.
I would love to have her on a show because again, there's nothing like she may have a beef with you.
I don't even know why she has a beef with me.
I don't have a beef with her. She did literally what I was hoping would happen, which is if somebody's going to say they're in a profession that has licensing, show that you're licensed. That's it. End of story. You're not LARPing. Because I'll tell you what, there are plenty of people that do LARP. And as somebody who has in the past myself been in professions that have requirements for certifications, not currently, not on anything anymore, but they're annoying. Like people that are pretending that they did the same sort of stuff that you did, took the same courses, went through the same certification. It's bullshit. So, now that she's demonstrated that she actually is licensed, awesome. I wish more people would do that.
Yeah, that's exactly the kind of shit that I want to see. And it's like, I wasn't trying to have beef with her. No idea who she was. And then it's just read this name in an article. So I'm trying to figure it out. And then she's treating me badly on the internet. Like I'm a bad fucking guy. Whatever. Papa Towns, though, with the $5 super chat, treated me like a good guy, saying, I'm rewatching the Pod Awful episode with Defango Raider. It really highlights Merch's genius. What? Merch's genius? How does that highlight Merch's genius? That's weird.
That was sort of I think we call it a backhanded compliment or a front-handed
front-handed slap?
Something like that. I don't know.
Jesus.
It's basically saying, it's cool that, you were a second fiddle to somebody that was actually good.
I guess that's basically what they're saying. But, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
It seems like he got trolled even worse for it. And then all of a sudden Porcelain and a bunch of other people made some fucking content on him, making him look like a super skis. And then ever since then, he hasn't grown, not one bit.
And incidentally, I have nothing against Eliza's past as a prostitute either. Like, I don't care. The problem is that she has decided to invoke rules that were never intended for this purpose on both Twitter and YouTube to essentially silence people that had very legitimate questions about her. And somehow she's managed to convince people that have the power to push buttons in these companies to take videos down, to close accounts on Twitter. And that's the part that's bullshit. I'm like, she always looked a little shady and untrustworthy, but honestly, I really don't give a shit about her past. This is more an issue of what she's currently doing as far as I'm concerned.
That's funny, dude. What's about Scroats Bagoats? Just found out about Rage Pig doxing himself. Thoughts about how long until he disappears into the Guatemalan jungle. If I freaking actually knew who that was, I probably would have some thoughts on that.
I don't know who that is either.
Yeah, who's that? I mean, the only one of them that I know is that Ethan and Ralph. Are you talking about that? Or I have no idea who that is. All I know is that if you want to learn about Merch, you need to go to Porcelain's YouTube channel, and he's got 2 videos that are fucking fantastic, that are literally Terrorsburg, a Merch documentary, part 1 and part 2, and it really does explain to you like what Merch is, because Merch has his own grift. It's called a grint. Okay, he's a grinter, so he's a grift hinter, grinter. So what he does, and his genius, is that he constantly like reinvents himself, and then he finally got into a show with his buddy. They started making bunches of money on super chat. So like he
really
making
they're making money on super chats. You don't say.
Yeah, they're making money.
How
on
many super chats have come in today?
45.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, they're making money on super.
We need
chats.
more super chats, guys. Come on.
Yep. So when you watch I think that you should watch this video because I think that you could actually glean a lot from
like me.
Mersh. Yeah,
I'll watch it. Yeah, I'll totally watch it.
You should watch it.
Send me a link.
Like if you watch this video, it really does break down Mersh's entire operation and how.
Is that the guy that I told you was funny?
Yeah, it's the guy you told me.
Oh, okay, same guy.
I think he's funny too. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but no, because I texted her. I'm like, "Have you seen this dude? He's funny." And you're like, "Yeah, this is the guy I was talking about."
Oh, apparently I was correct. That is Ethan Ralph, because that's also another person that you can see videos on Porcelain's channel. He does really great videos on it. And then another person that's really big.
Somebody super chatted 46.
What is that?
the number of super chats today.
46.
They
super
just added
chats.
one more. Yes.
That's what we like to see. We just like to see the money just keep coming in. That's what the show's all about. So like I stay out of the beef. Like I only got I wasn't winning the beef with Merch because like I don't fucking do those types of internet fights. I don't have a crew of people that go around and like harass folks and try to like put me in the zeitgeist. That's not what my main order is. Maybe it should be though, because it seems like it works pretty well.
Exactly.
But I guarantee you watching those videos or whatever.
Yeah, I'll check it out for sure.
A pretty amazing perspective on
Did you
his
send me a link?
Yeah, so like when you go to
Okay,
him,
cool.
he like hints to people, so he's like, oh yeah, I need some money for something, and then people will like donate the money to him.
Nice.
But then he doesn't spend it on like what he says that he's going.
No.
But then he'll like buy like a BMW, and then the BMW will go to shit, and then he'll start like asking people for money on that. At one point, he even had an Amazon wish list that was just nothing but parts for his like car and shit like that. But like he's just like the most epic. He's like the most epic bum on the internet that I've ever seen. And if I could only have a part, be able to attempt part of the shit that he's been able to do, it'd be pretty great. Because he's done GoFundMe's and fucking like
Nice.
super chat runs. He's got like different goals for the day and shit.
Yeah,
and
we
it's
did
always funny.
I talked about it in the podcast recording this morning with Adam. You know, we did a Kickstarter thing.
Merchant's Boat Strip Club Funky.
That was it was nice to see people willing to donate hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But
Definitely.
you know, but we're honest, so we gave everybody their money back.
You're honest, so you gave them money back? What?
Yeah.
Dude, you give me the money, it's mine now.
Well, here,
Anyways,
sure.
We had a couple of super
There you
chats
go.
that just popped
Yep.
up. So, you know,
Yep.
first off, there's Rage Balls with the $4.99. Mersh was the strip club funky for a while until he tried to get in front of the HW thing just like 3 years too early. And then we had Nikki M with $5 saying, let's just make it an even 50. And that's at number 48. And then we got number 49 for Mr. Scroats McGoats, $10. He says, I'll check that out. I need some good vibes. There are some good videos to have playing in the background while I play Rust or some other BS game. Yeah, that's a good one.
Exactly.
It's 4 hours long. It's a long time, but like seriously, it's more of an homage to Mersh's epic greatness / loserdom at the same time. Like it's an homage to a great man who has a funny story, and I recommend people watch it because it's just, he probably doesn't like it as much, but I mean it really does just have everything that possible. I'm even in that shit.
Amazing. What are you not in?
I don't know, you know, I just make it in.
I'm telling you, you're like the Forrest Gump that just happens to be in all the photographs in the background.
That's what Range Balls says. He said the same thing.
Yeah.
But
just
Range
standing there
Balls
eating your waffle fries while you're in the background of the
told
photo.
me one time when we were sitting inside a Bubba Gump Shrimp Co. We were sitting there together eating Bubba Gump shrimp, and he's like, yeah, dude, like I'm actually a relative of Forrest Gump or whatever. And he was like, it's just crazy because you're just like him.
Totally.
He's like,
Makes
you
perfect
just end up
sense.
in these fucking places. You're
just
there,
kind of
dude.
stumble your way into situations that are happening around you.
Exactly. And then I'm kind of like, you know, I'm a little bit weird, funny. Not gonna say the R word, but definitely is an odd fellow.
That's all good.
Chick-fil-A. You know
Again,
what?
like
I'm
you're
gonna
the
eat
most.
some Chick-fil-A waffle fries.
Yeah,
Dude, there's
you're
the 50th
definitely
super chat. 50 super
very
chats
chill.
right there. 50 super chats, bro.
50 super chats.
50. That's
in
number
one
50.
stream.
King V, number 4, $2 Australians. Why did all the cryptos go up? War related? I
noticed
actually
they did go up like 10% today. Yeah.
I ain't been paying attention to that actually. Did they?
Yeah.
I might have made some money.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't even look at that shit because it's not going to get taken out anytime soon.
Yeah, like I don't even mess with the stuff that I have. Although I look and, you know, like the one that I pay attention to the most is Dogecoin. Woo, back up to nonsense, baby. Woo. It's the only one I care about. Although, whoa, what the fuck? 24, dude. Something
Bitcoin's the
big
only one I
today.
care about.
Yeah, Bitcoin and Dogecoin are the only ones I really care about, but I look at some of the other ones. Yeah, I don't know. What the fuck happened today? That's weird. Somebody spent some money.
But yeah, every time Bitcoin goes up, the whole podcasting 2.0 network payments go up.
Exactly, which you probably don't like.
No, I do like because I'm getting some of that.
Hey, dude, Rebel Coolidge says that he's a big fan of yours. Loved you on that hit single "Surf Deaths Man."
Oh, thanks, man.
He got you good. He got you good. Sorry.
No, that was me.
Yeah,
What
there's
you talking
definitely something else. That was you?
Totally.
What the fuck? You're ZZ
Yeah.
Top?
Well, I mean, in the background, I'm one of the guys standing behind Billy, and I'm not one of the 3 original guys, but I do live in Austin,
I'll
guys.
tell you what happened. Somebody bought $3 billion worth of Bitcoin. That's what happened.
Is that what you think happened?
Well, I mean, that's the only way that it would go
The
up.
volume
like
go
this.
up?
The volume. So somebody took
What is
liquid
the volume?
cash and went up. So I don't know. Let's see. From this point right here, it was at 22.3 that day, and then it went up to 24 today. So within just today, somebody bought 3 billion liquid Bitcoin in cash variety, because it seems like if you look at this, the only other thing I could think of would be from Tether. Because look at this.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, somebody definitely did some like cash buying and then just transferred a bunch of something into Tether. So there's got to be one of these ones that's fucking down. If there's one of these ones that's down, then they're probably actually just
moving money
shifting,
around. Yeah.
moving money from like a low coin and it's about to crash out. But dude, I've been so out of crypto.
I know,
don't even
same.
pay attention to this shit anymore.
It's too easy not to pay attention.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like.
Did you get this one yet?
Which one? Oh
Euro.
no, I haven't seen that one. The euro.
$4.99 range balls. The euro has begun its final collapse, and people are flooding to crypto to escape. Well, and we appreciate you donating $4.99 to tell us that.
Yes, thank you very much, Rainballs.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Also, I think if that's the person I think is what's it called, NASA, and I still have my Harry Potter wand. I actually showed it to some bitches the other day. They thought it was cool, so.
Your Harry Potter wand. Okay.
Yeah, look. I keep it right by my computer just in case any Dementors show up. Do you have a Harry Potter wand?
Absolutely not.
Well, I'm about to get me
Ask
Hogwarts Legacy.
Ask me how many Harry Potter things
With the
I own.
donations we got today, I'm buying me some Hogwarts Legacy. I'm treating myself.
Yeah, I bet you are.
Yeah, then I'm gonna.
Yeah, that
play
game
it,
is
'cause I was
$70, dude.
What the fuck? Are you kidding me?
No, it's a $69 video game. Yeah.
Well, if it's $69, I'll buy it just because it's 69.
Because it's not 70.
Yeah, no, because it's 69 and that's a fucking great number. That's why.
I mean,
Yeah,
the
I'm a
cost
dumb
is definitely going up on video games. They're inflating up.
Wasn't there a way to like search for the biggest losers? Why can't I find that anymore?
I don't know.
I hate it when they change all of this shit. They probably changed it like years ago. I just haven't actually tried to figure that out lately. I can't even remember. I just don't even care.
Farron's
Maybe
still
it's
here, right? I mean, she's just not camera off. Okay.
Yeah. I just put the camera thing
Yeah,
up so
yeah.
I had the little block there. Because I don't know what she's up to or whatever.
Well, she said she's getting food. So.
Oh, yeah, she had said she had to go get her Uber Eats. That's what she said.
But it sounds like she's actually went to drive Uber Eats to deliver it to somebody else's house. How long she's been gone.
Yeah, I don't know. That's fine. Okay, here we go. This is what we got. Who's the biggest loser? Trending gainers and losers.
Temple.
Pax Gold, 11 million, 10. Ooh, look at that. Binance, 10 fucking billion dollars and USDT coin. But what the fuck? Look at that. 20. Yeah, somebody's buying some shit. See, but the thing is, it's super weird. It's like they're buying Tether. Somebody's buying a shitload of Tether, dude. That's a lot. Look at that volume. That's $49 billion.
That's a big volume.
Like, what the fuck is going? Oh, dude.
You're back from your Grubhub run?
Whoa.
Yeah, sorry. Sometimes my building is a little bit hard to find, so I was like running around my building. I'm here, and they kept like driving around.
We
Sorry
figured you
about
just
that.
had to make some money real quick and did a quick run.
Dude, Susu
No.
was playing, what's it called, Hogwarts Legacy last night, and she is correct. Me and J.R. Riggs watched her die 20 times, and then I was sitting there, but then I fell asleep. She was streaming it. It was funny. She could have beat the first like boss guy or whatever. It was fucking hilarious. I was dying. Although I couldn't hear a word she was saying because her mic was like, yeah. What the?
What are we
Look at that.
looking at here?
That's pretty intense.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Looking, somebody's been saying that crypto went up. Look
Yeah,
at that.
crypto bounced about 10%. We're trying to figure out why.
What the fuck? Why? How did that
Well, there's
happen?
some big, massive orders coming in all in one chunk or several chunks.
Yeah, but where are they coming in from? Like, hold up. That doesn't make any sense, dude. That's weird. Let's look at the markets real quick. Who's getting... Look at that. Okay, so it's Binance. So Binance is up to something right now. They're probably trying to cover up some losses or something like that. There's got to be some kind of weird shit going on. Uh-oh, we got another super chat, dude.
Yeah.
$4.99. Range balls, blue horseshoes, likes, spell token. What? What the hell does that mean? What's blue horseshoes? I'm so confused. It's probably a Harry Potter reference.
Yeah.
It's a Harry Potter reference. Yeah, dude, there's been a lot of movement.
Are we going to see you playing that game on stream? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, maybe. If people actually watch me. If I get on there and there's only 2 people watching me playing Hogwarts Legacy, I'm going to turn it off. But if I do play it, I'm going to be a transgender character with the real juicy booty. And then I'm going to play the game as good as possible. Like, I'm not going to kill anybody or anything like that. Like, I'm going to try, like, almost pacifist that shit.
So you're going to play in the House Slytherin?
Yeah, so I'm going to be in a house. I'm going to be a Hufflepuff. Although
I'm
when I got sorted,
Ravenclaw.
I was did you get sorted by the hat?
Mm-hmm.
You went to Universal Studios and got sorted by the hat.
Well, no. I just took a quiz online.
Oh, you just took a quiz online. Oh, okay.
And
I got
this is
sorted
coming from
into Gryffindor.
This is somebody that has never seen the movies because I fell asleep like in the first 5 minutes. I'm not a big high fantasy person. Although my favorite book of all time is The Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe. And I've never read one of the books. So
Yeah.
look at you with your little sword.
I know that's not a sword.
This is a wand.
It's a wand.
Well,
This is the best one.
Sorry.
This is the
Sorry, your wand. I'm sorry.
This is
God,
like
you
the
just
Harry.
insulted his manhood. Come on.
This is like my Harry Potter. This is the Harry Potter wand. They picked me in everything over all these little fucking kids.
They picked you. Okay. That's
Yeah, to
impressive.
be like do the whole ceremony and shit. All these kids
Nice.
were like, oh, and I was like, yeah, finally fucking got picked something for once in my life. But I tried to be cool. I wasn't gonna be mean to little kids. But I wanted to be all like, yeah, in your face, motherfuckers. But
In the face.
I didn't do it. I couldn't do it. I wanted to. I really did.
So we finally got the podcast book, Farron.
What?
Oh, yes, we do.
You guys finally did that?
We finally connected up. I've just been trying to schedule it for like a month now, and she finally got back to me. So
I know.
Oh,
Sorry,
yeah, you
my
get Adam
DMs have been
Curry on? She gets on with
exploding.
you?
yeah, well,
Everybody feeding you information about Eliza Bleu and shit.
Yeah. Oh no.
What else? What's your next big story? What are you gonna get on next? Are you gonna start talking about Sydney Watson?
that's what I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, that's what this guy wants to talk about. I told
Totally.
Jeremy I didn't even want to talk about that shit. And he was like, "Yeah, I don't blame you." And I
Yeah.
was like, "You
Well,
did
Jeremy
good
talked
today on
about
your
it
video."
today.
I think he did good.
You think? You watched the
I
whole
think
thing?
it's still. Yeah, I watched
He's
pretty much
fucked.
the whole thing.
He's fucked.
You think he's totally fucked? Oh,
He's
he's
totally fucked.
completely fucked.
Yeah.
But I think he did good. He did the right thing, but he's totally fucked. That's why.
Yeah, but he's edging on Tim right now. He's edging towards that. This is the last time I'm going to talk about this, guys. This is my stance. Like, she didn't do anything wrong, and the other guys are bad, and she's my friend.
Yeah, I don't
and
know.
it's so going to bite him in the ass.
Yeah, I don't think that it's a good situation.
I've been stocking up. I've got 8 of her videos to chop up now and put into a montage. I'm going to do a full-blown video on this. This is not going to be just a little chat, because I'm going to use literally her words coming out of her mouth to describe what she's doing right now.
Oh, because she's actually talked about it within all of her
Oh
videos.
yeah. She's got videos like hashtag believe all women is dumb, 4 reasons why feminism is full of hypocrisy. I mean, she's got all the material that you need to demonstrate that what she's doing is exactly what she talked about.
And I
in
can't
those
stop
videos.
you.
No. Well, I mean, why would
Fuck,
you want
I
to?
like having Jeremy as a friend.
Why
son
would
of a
you
bitch.
want to?
I don't know. It was good having him there for a second.
No, dude,
like seeing
did
that
I not
follows
buy
you when I went
Jeremy
to his
20
account.
fucking subscriptions 2 days ago?
Yes. you
Yes.
did. Actually, you did.
I did. I've been giving Jeremy more money. I mean, all said and done. I mean, shit, dude. I dropped like $500 that day. That was not a cheap day for me. And I'm not gonna stop giving him money. I just think he's fucked.
Yeah, he's fucked for sure.
He's fucked.
I just don't know what he's gonna do. I mean, this seems fucked.
Well,
I mean,
and
I didn't even watch.
He's gonna keep
Community
grifting.
Notes
Is what he's
today.
gonna do.
He's gonna keep grifting.
It's King Grifter.
He better.
Yeah.
He better. But like, I didn't
Yeah.
watch Community Notes today because I guess they moved it to today. I was planning on watching it last night because I really wanted to just watch the chat and see what people are saying and like start checking all the channels because I mean the videos on that shit right now seem to be. Are you gonna get into that, Farron, or no? She's gonna probably need some people in her corner.
Well, so here's my thing. Fuck you both. Here's what I will say. In all the years that I worked in television, drinking was obviously never allowed on set ever. I've worked with plenty of male co-anchors, plenty of male anchors, including my favorite, Rick Sanchez, who was a former CNN anchor who I was his reporter, and he was nothing but the most respectful person to me. I mean, I literally, I still am in contact with him after RT was shut down, and he's like, you know, an uncle to me, and was never, ever disrespectful whatsoever. If anything, stood up for me in cases where I was out reporting, like when there was a whole riot in Philly and we almost got our car tipped over. I was assaulted. My camera guy was assaulted. Was nothing but the biggest advocate for me. When I read the complaint cover to cover, I genuinely felt really bad for her that was going down. The fact that she had gone to management 4 different times asking for things to stop. I watched Rekieta Law's analysis on it last night that looked at it strictly as a lawyer. And mind you, Nick has gone on the You Are Here podcast before. He was actually named in the complaint.
Yep.
And
Sure is.
he said, you know, she does have a case in the sense that she went to management multiple times and they did nothing.
We don't know what they did. That's the thing. We literally have the full story from one side and nothing from the other right now.
Right.
So she's saying they didn't accomplish what she asked for. That doesn't mean they didn't do anything.
And that's the question is what exactly was she asking for? But
yeah,
what this ultimately is going to come down to, folks, is what was written in her contract when she first started.
Yeah.
When you go into these situations, you are given a contract. You sign off as far as how much money you're going to make, the show that you're doing, your hours, all that other kind of logistic stuff. And the question is, did it actually, and this is where the lawsuit, you know, is going to come into play. Did her contract outline exactly what the show is going to be? My guess is going to be no, because normally in contracts that's not seen. Number one, but number two, from my own personal take on it, I think the Blaze is going to settle 100%. You know, the lawyer that she has is a well-known, prominent conservative lawyer. He doesn't take cases that he knows that he can't win. You know, and you get lawyers like that, you know, where it's, you know, very much like you know, your what's his face? If the glove don't fit, you can't acquit. What's his face? The O.J. Simpson guy.
Sure. Yeah. I know
Ron Goldman?
No.
That was the guy that died.
No, that was the victim.
Robert Kardashian.
No. Johnny Cochran.
Cochran, yeah.
Oh.
Here's my thing.
Have you seen this video right here?
Yeah, it's hilarious.
This
Go ahead and
stupid
play it.
little shit.
Stuff that your people say.
But this, he's a stupid shit. But this fucking video is fucking hilarious.
Yeah, restart it,
Who
dude.
really want stuff that your people say, and they make it personal too. They're not saying you've got a shit idea.
So many women you don't realize who really wants the best for men. Again, you might alienate a lot of people who would otherwise. And I simply don't understand this. Oh, you know, let's sort of push them into maybe the corner in some capacity. Is that not problematic? I do know many of your views on women, which I find abhorrent. I'm going to be honest. I have to question what kind of a person who's had no experience with women is in a position to you know, basically promote these ideas.
He was a human being.
See, this is what I'm talking about. It's just sort of like this, like, don't you think that's problematic? Like, don't you think women like me are doing? It's like, listen, we don't have time for political correctness. We don't have
It's
time
not about
to
being politically correct. That's what people say.
I feel like that's how her case is going to be in some kind of ways with like some people.
Yeah.
Of course, because you're going to have the Elijah Schaefer stands that are going to say, this chick is a feminist, that, no one's going to want to hire women after this, what have you. I mean, Nick Fuentes, when they had him on, was talking about how he wanted it where women are literally put back into Saudi Arabia, if anything, back into Afghanistan times.
Mm-hmm.
Now, granted, that might have been a joke. Fine. Okay.
Mm-hmm. But even if it wasn't, what's the difference?
Well, if it's not a joke, then you're just a sick fuck.
But he could be a sick fuck, but it doesn't mean that she needs to get paid by the company she's working for.
Wait, repeat that one more time.
He could be a sick fuck, and I'm no fan of his. I mean, the guy is crazy as far as I'm concerned, but But at the same time, like
Elijah, right?
that has nothing to do with what she's suing for. She's saying
It does. Actually, it does, because she said that by the end of on the timeline, when it comes to near the show's end, that all of the guests started to turn more and more misogynistic.
Well, okay.
And that she was exposed to that.
But so what? Where in the contract does it said you will not be exposed to misogynistic guests?
100%. I agree with you.
Here's what she did. She went to cover the Middle East and is offended that there are people that have Islam as a religion. This is what she did. By working with Elijah, she went to cover the Middle East, and she can't deal with people that have a religion which doesn't place women on a pedestal.
So I'm not aware. So you're saying that that was a report that she did? I'm confused.
No, it's not a report. I'm saying it's the analogy. It's like she's working in a show that has these types of guests coming on that she's not comfortable with. Right? So what does a reporter do if she's not comfortable covering the Middle East? If she's not comfortable being in Saudi Arabia?
I wouldn't put it in that way at all. What I think she was saying is that by the end of the show, the only guests that you had coming on were like these misogynistic type of people, and there was no balance of somebody from either the opposite side or somebody.
But why does there need to be? If you go cover stories in Saudi Arabia, are you going to demand a balance of 50% Christians that you're going to report on?
No, I think you're taking that too literally. What I'm saying is that because first of all, there's a difference between a show where you're covering the news versus when you have a guest on. And I know this from having been a reporter to then having my own show where I would bring guests on. And again, when it was my own show, if I had somebody that was very pro PLM or pro BLM, I would have somebody on the panel that was opposite pro BLM. So there was a balance, right?
And who booked those people for you?
That was my booker, but it was also an editorial meeting that went into play where we would sit and we would talk about what guests we were going to book. The booker then was responsible after that editorial meeting saying, we're going to get this guest, we're going to get this guest. And then the booker's responsibility was if somebody wasn't available, like let's say if the pro BLM guest wasn't available, he had to find another pro BLM guest for that balance.
Yep. So you guys had a discussion about who gets booked.
Yes.
What she's 100%. Saying is all these people were booked that I didn't like. And also in that lawsuit, she describes that after that meeting where they had the larger meeting in the company and she complained, Elijah said, fine, I'm not going to book anybody. So book whoever you want, book whatever guests you want. That's fine by me.
And that's a very valid question. What happened when Elijah stepped back?
Yeah.
What was the difference then there? Because if he completely stepped back, but yet all these misogynistic guests kept coming on, what happened? And also in the complaint, the Blaze said, and she even outlines it, the Blaze, looked at and approved guests that were coming on.
Yes.
So that is a disconnect of what happened there. What was it that you booked these guests and then you became the brunt of the joke? What happened?
Yeah. And I mean, I don't think anybody would dispute that she wasn't happy We can all agree on that.
Really quick, chat. No, Nick is not on Elijah's show. I was saying Nick was on the show You Are Here. It was actually, they said during an episode when Sydney was undergoing vertigo, that Sydney was not a co-host when Nick Rekieta was on the You Are Here podcast. I was just saying that I watched that one episode of when Nick was on with Elijah. And so here's my biggest beef, okay? In television, you have executives that are like consultants where they're looking at different shows and they're saying, you know, these people are good co-hosts together. We should probably take this show into a different direction, you know, and they're kind of responsible for the layout of the network. What I think the Blaze failed to do is when the show started to morph, which mind you, I do not think in Sydney's contract it explained like exactly what the show was going to be, because in any contract that I've had, I've never had it outlined what the show was going to be.
So that's the thing that I just brought up that's right here, is that is right out of her contract. And it describes what the programs mean.
He's actually slightly offensive right now. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. So this describes what the program is and what the production of the program is going to consist like. So we do know what was in her contract for that. And you're absolutely right. It is minimally descriptive. It essentially sends, you're going to work for us. We're going to have a show. We'll make the decisions. You'll do what we tell you.
Right. And that's where, if I was, where I think the Blaze missed out, and again, and if this was my world and I was an executive at the Blaze, I think, oh, hey, Grifty. I think what should have happened was I think they should have removed Sydney from the You Are Here podcast. I think they should have made that the modern day man show and kept it to all men to kind of fill that void that men are looking for, like your Andrew Tate thing. I think they could have really capitalized.
Yeah. We don't want that shit either. Don't hand it off to us, dude. There's this very small percentage of people that like Elijah. I think vast majority of men do not like what Elijah is doing. I think he's a douche. But that doesn't negate that what she's doing right now is essentially saying, because of my sex, this was a hostile work environment. And I would say if there was a man in her shoes in that show, there would be no more or less a chance that that man was also offended. This is not a men versus women thing. This is she's using sexism to file the lawsuit. This is an EEOC lawsuit. This is not a contract lawsuit.
This is true. This is a federal lawsuit. However, one could define a hostile work environment where your co-host is very visibly drunk and is ultimately allowing guests to berate you. And again, I'm looking at this completely in the complaint that I read, front to back.
We all read it. I redlined it all.
And that's where I think that she does have a case there in the sense that it was a hostile work environment because of alcohol. It very well could hold up in court. Again, we'll have to see though. But the complaint aside, I do feel bad for her in a way if that's kind of what was going on behind the scenes, where these guys were drunk and she was kind of the brunt of the joke. That sucks as a girl, it sucks. Many people will say though that, hey, if you want to hang with the bros, you got to be a bro, so I see that side too. But I do think though that management did fail her in not putting a lot of this stuff in check. And that's where I think she might have a case, because if she went to management 4 times and nothing changed, she very well could have a case. Again, I understand the whole sexism, the religion aspect, and they're probably, mind you, in a lot of these lawsuits, what happens is they're going to throw every piece of salami at the wall to see what sticks. It's kind of like when any criminal is arrested, they're going to throw like 15 charges just to make sure that like at least 5 of them go through, So that's what I think is happening here and with this federal complaint. But the part that I do feel bad for is that what could have been a great show, what could have possibly been solved in the sense of removing Sydney. Like I said, if it was me, I would have removed Sydney, possibly either had her own show where she just does snippets once a week, keep Elijah with the men and have like more of a modern day man show. I think that would have been the best way to go forward. But obviously, I'm not management. But looking at the way that I've seen networks go and the way that the consultants that I used to work with at network level and how they would draft shows, why they didn't do that, I don't know. I mean, that would have been like the biggest moneymaker.
And I'm completely in agreement with you. I think that would have been the best course of action. Totally.
Maybe. Grifty, what do you think? Because you haven't gotten to say shit.
Sorry, Grifty, I'm done talking.
Dude, I just flew home from Philadelphia to try and make this stream.
Wow.
No, don't kill yourself.
Wow. Well, you're going to be on for 3 more minutes before we wrap up. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's how.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
No, but my thing with the Sydney Watson case, the whole hostile work environment, stuff like that. Jeremy did make a good point today. There were multiple women around the Blaze that, made complaints, and he ultimately was let go for, I think Sarah Gonzalez was the one that filed the official complaint that he groped her at Turning Point or something like that. So I'm going to wait for the facts to come out on that side of things. Where I take issue with this is the religious discrimination with her being a self-proclaimed atheist, loudly and proudly.
That is strange, yes.
Atheists have made a habit out of mocking the religious for decades. And her
was not a religion.
Yep.
Right. One, it's not a religion. And two, if you can dish it, you got to be able to take it. And anyone that watched that show, they didn't put her down. Like, they didn't discredit her for being an atheist. They just took the piss out of it.
They did.
So
exactly.
Yeah, that's the part of this that I definitely took issue with, was that side of it.
Yeah, and again, I think for most people that I've talked with would agree that Elijah's a douchebag. Like, the guy, I would never watch his show because he sucks. But at the same time, if she was on the show with him and it took a year that she was on that show before she decided to leave, and she did leave by no longer going to work, at which point then they canceled the show. I mean, she put up with it for a year. So was this not evident in the first few months? What took a year for her to decide that she can't deal with this anymore? And during that year, I totally agree with Farron. Like, what did the management do? And we just don't know yet, because none of that's come out yet.
And also, Barry, atheism is a religion. I respectfully disagree, because atheism is under the guise that they don't believe in any religion because they don't like religion. They, so like that to me is at least how I see it.
Well, and some Christians actually call atheism a religion, and I'm an atheist. I can speak on this count, but Perfect. The lack of a religion of atheism means that there's just as many atheists that I would disagree with as there are non-atheists and religious people, because it's a different thing to everybody. But I will tell you this: in the state of Texas, atheism is not recognized as a religion, and that's the jurisdiction for this case.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's why she took it to federal court.
Well,
and again, I think it's just to kind of throw any piece of, like, as I said, throw the salami at the wall and see what sticks, and if it doesn't stick, then it'll go to civil court.
Well, and she did, but 2 out of the 3 counts that she's suing under are actually under Texas law, not federal law.
Okay.
Now, one thing that I will say that I think that that needs to be said in all of this. Again, I do not think at all in the contract was it ever laid out as what the show was going to be about, what the structure was. I'm sure that assuming that the show was going to start out of a he said, she said dynamic of the male and female role, or, like the male and female thought process. And it was supposed to be like that balance, right? Mm-hmm. But then I think that it started to move obviously more towards a male geared audience, which is fine.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. But I think that, how do I say it? there have been times in my past where I've been a little bit sensitive about things.
Yeah.
I think it was just kind of learning the internet to me personally. But I was raised by brothers. I will say this, and a lot of the things that I heard about what she went through, I was like, oh, that's like having fucking brothers, like the dick jokes, and that's where I think maybe she was just a little bit too naive and saying like, hi guys, can we like revert past the dick jokes now and talk about issues? Like, there's ways that you can combat it that I already know just from having brothers or, having male friends. I mean, there's a lot of other women out there that don't have brothers, but have male friends and can do the same thing. Maybe she was just a little bit naive or trying to kind of keep it more geared towards newsy. And it clearly started to turn into more of a talk show. And maybe that was
naive. It kind of plays into it too, right? Because of her, that was one of the bits, is that she doesn't know literally what she's saying.
She just reads it anyway.
She just reads the super
Johnny
chats.
Arcade, you're absolutely right. I've never watched the show. The only part that I've seen was when Nick was on, and then the Jack Murphy incident. That's the only part that I've seen.
Nick was on for the Jack Murphy thing, wasn't he? Wasn't Nick on there with Jack that night?
No, because Sydney's the one that read the super chat.
Yeah, and then somebody says, "Is Sir Jean really Andrew Branca?" Yes, I am. Yes, you got me. You got me.
And Nikki, I'm right there with you. Who doesn't love a good dick joke? Dick jokes are the best. Mm-hmm.
And as far as atheism, there are people that I would describe as very religiously atheist, meaning they're looking for a fight. They're generally people that grew up Southern Baptist or something very, very religious, and then decided to flip-flop, and now they're effectively the Southern Baptists of atheism, if I could describe them that way.
And most of them end up going back to Christianity as they get older.
Maybe. I mean, certainly I had Adam Curry on this morning on the interview on the podcast.
Awesome interview.
And thank you. Yeah, I thought it went really well. And it was almost 3 hours, which was pretty amazing. And it's the first one he's done since Rogan, which is really a killer thing.
Wow, amazing.
But he, in the last segment of that interview, we talked about his recent conversion to, not even conversion, but really acceptance of much deeper faith in Christianity. Something that came to him in his 50s, and he's super excited about, and he's very happy, and he's, dipping both feet in the water. And I don't think that's all that rare an occurrence, but I think most don't really want to talk about it. So I was very, very, very happy that he was willing to discuss that. But I think just the fact that we've known each other for a long time kind of helped with that.
That's really cool. That's awesome. Make sure everybody goes and checks that out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I love long form interviews. I feel like, and I'll say this, like I normally don't identify a lot with the left as far as fiscally, but socially I do. Mm-hmm. I'm kind of like a buffet of politics, but I will say one thing. When Joe Rogan had on Bernie Sanders, and I heard and now mind you, this was like 2016 Bernie Sanders, before he sold out. But like when I heard a lot of what he said and like the way that his talking points and like the way that he thinks about certain things, I was like, wow, the media really does misrepresent him in the sense, where Bernie was talking about he wanted a border wall. He wanted it to end immigration. He wanted to end a lot of different things, which was something that you never heard. And I was like, wow. And I really got to love the long form podcast because like people could actually give their thoughts or their views, describe their thought process. And that's when I was like, damn, Bernie ain't bad. Now I would never have voted for him, but, and then ultimately, yes, he sold out not once, but twice. If for those on the left that liked him, but it was just, I like hearing people's thought processes as far as I'm concerned, because I think people aren't just 3-minute sound bites, No. People have a lot more depth to them than just tell me in a minute and 50 seconds, like how you feel. That's impossible.
But I think it's critical to learn as an interviewer how to listen, because there are so many people wanting to do interviews, and then you listen to their interviews and it's like, oh my God, this is not an interview.
Yeah. I mean, Sean Hannity is the perfect example. He literally will interrupt and yell at people. And now, granted, I'm talking a lot, so people are going to be like, yeah, right, Farron, fucking bitch, don't shut up. But
I see
will
it in the
say-
chat.
I
know,
was
like,
I was
"Oh,
about to
shut
make
the
a
fuck
joke that some people just like to talk.
and trust me, I can talk to a fork. I will tell you though, when I had my show though, and I had people like Ben Crump or Gloria Allred, and I would listen to them. When I went from reporter to anchor, one of the things that the great Rick Sanchez told me is he told me, Farron, shut the fuck up. And he was like, just listen to what they say. And it really helped me learn how to interview people better. And he was like, don't think of like the question that you want to ask next. Actually listen to what they say and then formulate a question based on what they just said.
Yeah.
And it was one of the most life-changing things for me in my career, was just listening. Now, and again, I know I'm on somebody else's podcast, so I can fucking talk my head off, but it was a really
You don't do that on your own?
I thought you did that on your own show.
Every once in a while, you know. I mean,
But you do that on everybody's show.
I mean, I like to talk. Why not? You know what's crazy though is I'm actually very introverted. Believe it or not.
I can tell.
Yeah,
I would not. I don't fucking believe that. I'm the only one that doesn't believe that. No,
if Farron and I
you look like you're the outgoing girl, like who's like, I'm not introverted, but you're friends with everybody.
Well, some people would definitely disagree with that.
And was a highly competitive dancer and a professional bulls dancer.
It's a total introvert
That's
profile.
a very extroverted career.
I was the quiet one, guys. I'm not even joking.
She was the one that was holding the knife and the fork in the background. They're like, she's gonna stab a bitch. I know it.
No, I was the one in the background. I was the one in the background going through my LSAT books, and because I was studying I wanted to go to law school at that time.
Because you're a nerd.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a nerd. I'm a
nerd.
sucker for nerds, and I'm
Okay,
a nerd
who
myself.
isn't a nerd? Come on.
Are you hungry, Lunchy? She's like,
Maybe.
Daddy, you've been streaming for hours.
Everybody's a nerd. But
And
no,
yes, Nikki, I am a Scorpio. I'm 100% Scorpio.
I want food, Papa.
Wow.
When I was younger, I was very, very extroverted. Like in college, I was very extroverted. As I've gotten older, I'm very introverted. I'm very quiet. I'm very fine by myself. You know, but yeah.
Well, I'm gonna have so much fun doing your interview.
I know. And a lot of
Dude,
people
you're not even
assume
gonna
that
have to say anything. You're just gonna say one thing, and then she's gonna talk
fuck
for
off,
5 minutes.
Defango. You know what? All right,
You know what? That's the best thing.
You all
about
need to
Farron,
start
though.
super
She
chatting.
Can take it.
You all need to start super chatting for me to shut the fuck up. There we go. Otherwise, I'm just gonna keep talking about myself.
$5 gets us to cut
grew
our
up-
mic.
I grew up in Chicago. I'm one of 6 kids.
I don't even think I can,
My favorite color is purple. I'm a Scorpio. I've only had maybe 4
Oh, we can
serious
do
moments
totally.
in my life. Guys, you got a super chat to shut.
Wait, you did it.
I'm demonstrating the ability.
I'm just kidding. I kid.
Oh,
But yeah.
that's so funny.
Yeah. No. And I really, as much as we're joking about it, I mean, you're a very fun persona. And I think Defango and I both enjoy having you on here. And it's nice to have somebody that isn't serious all the time. Because that's the other problem. It's like you need to learn how to ask questions and be quiet, but also you need to have enough humor in every conversation to keep the conversation lubricated. Because when things get too serious, that conversation goes dry. We'll fall asleep.
Dry's not good. Dry's not good.
All you heard is
Dry
lubricated.
sockets are
Of course he
not
did.
good.
Of course he did.
Are we gonna have lube? I heard that we were getting lube.
Yeah.
And I love Rebel Coolidge, where he's like, "Your dad's a doctor. He's also a lawyer, so don't discredit him." But my father, one of the greatest things that I learned about my dad. Both my parents came from nothing. Their parents were immigrants here, but you know, being a neurosurgeon and a lawyer, my father did not pay for anything for us. Like I had to pay for my cell phone in high school. If I wanted a car, I had to get a job and pay for it. They were that immigrant mentality type of parent. So like, I always laugh when people are like, "Oh, you're a little trust fund kid." I'm like, "Fuck, I wish I was." But they also taught us, you know, at a very young age, you know, you treat the garbage man the same way that you treat the neurosurgeon. And, you know, if you met my dad, you would have never known that he was very accomplished, because he was sitting there telling South Park jokes. He loved Dave Chappelle. I speak it like he's dead. He's not. But he loves Dave Chappelle. I remember, you know, we were watching South Park as kids and him laughing his ass off with us. My mom's like, "Wait, this isn't a cartoon. They just said bastard with Kenny." And we're like, don't worry, Mom, it's a cartoon. And my dad's just laughing his ass off. Like, he's just very down to earth. And I consider myself, I won the parent lottery. You know, my mom was a stickler. She was very strict. She was the strict one. But my dad always made it where, you know, you got to be able to laugh at everything. And not, life isn't so serious, you know, because I think it was that he saw he saw the gunshot wounds to the head. He saw a lot of stuff, you know, in his career where it was like, I just want to come home and be happy. You know, the medical field is a tough field for a lot of people. I mean, if you look at the MSU shooting the other night, you saw the one neurosurgeon was there, like bawling his eyes out, like, oh my God. You know, I mean, the medical profession.
So your dad was what, Irish?
Polish? Was he a super Polish?
Polish, Russian, and Belarusian.
Okay. So
My mom's
basically,
Italian and Irish.
he became a lawyer in order to save money on malpractice suits, huh?
Nice.
He learned that cardiac surgeons, OB-GYNs, and neurosurgeons were the top three ones to be sued. And he's very OCD and was like, I don't want to walk into a courtroom and not know what's going on.
Yep.
I wonder where I get it from.
Yeah, makes sense. Well, thanks, Sam Adams, for that $2 with the super sticker. We appreciate that. Your ghost of a hippo character floating onto the water saying game over.
Yeah, I mean, I always get confused with these super stickers because I'm trying to envision what it looks like because I don't have the window open, and I'm like, what the hell is that?
That's
Such
right.
a complicated thing.
Yeah, dude. Ed, yes, that is correct. You did say $5.
There you go. I am now.
Yes.
All right, so anyways, let's just take a 30 seconds of silence. Just to prove to Farron that doesn't hurt anything.
What, 30 seconds of just nobody talking?
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Not even you, not even you or anybody?
30 seconds. Yeah, shut up and now.
Yeah, are we there yet?
Gene, you couldn't even make it 30 seconds.
I'm
Gene.
pretty sure that was like 6 minutes that we just went.
That was not 6 minutes.
I'm pretty sure that was 6 minutes. I do not recognize that as 30 seconds.
I love this. I love this. I love it.
No. Just relax for 30 seconds.
Uh-huh.
Christina, that was nice.
And hey, I gotta push.
We only
back
lost
on
like 20
something before
people.
I got on here, Defango. Not everybody in DC on January 6th was a horrible extremist. Okay,
That's what I said. I didn't say that everybody was. I said there was just a couple of groups that were really the ones that created the problem. But there was a ton of people that just showed up that wanted to show up. You know, and they were nowhere fucking near that shit.
Yeah, and by the time most of the people made it to the Capitol, there was no sign that you weren't supposed to be on a regularly open to the public area. So I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, that whole thing was fucked up, man.
Yeah,
I agree.
Wait, can you hear me
I
yet
watched
or no?
it happen.
Yeah, we can totally hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna throw this in the private chat. Sorry,
All right.
I'm trying to shut my fucking big mouth.
Brandon
okay.
Straka.
Brandon Straka. We're like Twitter buddies. I'm like really proud of this because I love Brandon. He messaged me this today and I shared it. This is coming out.
What is it?
Yeah, what is it?
It's a documentary.
Can
It's a
you hear
documentary that It's a documentary that he's doing on what he went through from being near January 6th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Can you hear it?
Yeah, totally.
Okay, good. Just making sure. I didn't know if I had it set up right. What lunchy? What do you want to eat? Chicken nuggets? Better go get some Mexican food. Some fried rice. I just
That's dramatic.
That was very
So-
dramatic. How did he get the camera in there? It's fucking
I don't
Right?
know.
I
Well,
know,
this stuff
clearly it's
this
a
stuff
remake.
is close to my heart because I was there and I look over my shoulder. I wait for the knock on the door every day. It's a 5-year statute of limitations on federal trespassing charges. I didn't go in the building, but I was on the
Then
lawn.
you got nothing to worry
and,
about.
no, people have been arrested for just being on the lawn.
Yep.
So,
People were even arrested that were claimed to be there that were not even there. Like
Yep.
there was a couple in Alaska that I think
Yeah,
Tucker Carlson
so-
highlighted.
But I'm not going to hide from it either. It is what it is. And there's the Fed test for everybody. If Defango really is a Fed, Grifty won't be around much longer.
That's
See you,
right.
Grifty.
Well, you're probably not going to much longer now. Later, dude.
All right. It's not even
I'm
a
not
question.
the Fed, but they
It's
watch my ass like
so
a motherfucker.
not a question, man.
You should have said that.
Yeah, it's my Twitter banner, dude. Like I said, I don't hide from it.
No, you
So
shouldn't have to worry
it's
about
on
that.
my YouTube. It's on my YouTube. It is what it is.
And I was actually there covering it as a reporter that day. I was on the east side of the Capitol, which actually is where Brandon Straka was. Brandon never went in the building or never went inside the Capitol, just happened to be there and messaged me this today because, I do credit him because nobody wants to tell his story because they look at January 6th as a very touchy subject. So he's telling his story on his own, obviously the dramatization of, the trailer, but, what they did to him and the fact that he never walked inside the building and he was thrown in solitary confinement for 1.5 years is one of the most fucked up things ever. And I told him, I was like, good for you for telling your story because nobody's going to care until the next January 6th type of thing happens and they do it to them.
Yep.
And also, yes, Rage Against the War Machine is this Sunday in DC. I will be there. So if you are going to be here in DC, let me know, DM me, because I will be there. I'm probably going to be up on the rafters live streaming it with the media, but I want to maybe try to get together like maybe a meet and greet or what have you. But yes, Rage Against the War Machine. That's why Jimmy Dore was on Tim Pool because he's going to be one of the speakers there this weekend.
Yeah, Luke's going to be there. There's a bunch of people there.
I don't trust any protest in DC anymore.
I wouldn't
never
fucking
again.
protest.
Never
No way,
again.
dude. Fucking
Never
no
again.
way. When I was watching that shit happening, dude, I was just like, I was probably nearly in tears because I was like, this is not what I want to see. I just hope that most of these people don't fucking go to that Capitol. That's not the thing to do right now.
You know what's so crazy?
This is it, right? This is it.
Yes. And what's so crazy is all the speakers, every single speaker on this list has been on my was on my show on RT America like maybe at least 3 times each.
So they're all Russian
they're all
water
Russian
carriers.
plants?
Yeah.
Got it.
Exactly.
Oh, dude,
but all of
Cynthia
them were on the
McKinney.
show to show anti-war, like they didn't want war.
Let's see. I've talked to him.
Well, sure, because of
I've
Russia.
talked
That makes
to
total
him,
sense.
Her. I've talked to him. Let's see. More speakers. Yeah, Cynthia McKinney. She still follows me on Twitter.
Jamie,
Actually,
you'll be there.
Roger Waters. I talked to him. We argued a little bit about Donald Trump, but I was like, that shit that you did on the wall at
Daniel
Trump was
McAdams
dope,
is
though.
the Daniel McAdams there. He was the chief of staff for Ron Paul throughout his entire career. Amazing, one of the smartest guys ever in politics who gets no credit whatsoever. And then Max Blumenthal and Anya Parampil, they're actually husband and wife. They're adorable together. Garland Nixon, an old coworker of mine.
And you got all these people up here.
Oh, they've
Terry
added
Reid.
more. Amazing.
Kim Iverson.
Jackson Hinkle, I remember when he was a nobody and he was on my show.
Oh, I love that guy. He's
Craig
awesome.
Costa Jardula, amazing. Wyatt Reed, amazing. Dan Cohen, amazing. I mean, all these people are unbelievable. And the other one, do they still have Tara Reid on there?
Yeah,
Tara
they do.
Reid is supposed to be on there. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Dan
So
Cohen.
when-
This guy, I think, actually came into our live chat once. Not that
February
long ago.
19th. That's Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday.
And I'm not gonna
It
lie.
looks kind of legitimate. I might wander down there and live stream.
Let me know if you do.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
let us
don't
know.
have mobile live streaming.
Wow.
Mm.
Well,
On my
you could
channel.
just
Oh, really?
live stream. You just live stream to, well, not restream. We could probably just set you up with the RMTP pull link so that you could go live on your phone without
Yep.
That's
like
what I'm
YouTube's
doing.
app?
Mhm.
Like, what kind of phone you got?
A Galaxy S21.
So there's like an app that I could have you install on the phone, and then I could just pull it in like a live feed on this thing.
Okay.
So like you could be walking around, and then we can just have your screen.
You
up.
could be like Tim Pool.
Yeah, you could be like Tim Pool, but our setup's gonna fucking make his setup look like
that's
dog shit.
That's why I was at in the first place. I have so much footage. I mean, it's ridiculous. But
Well, it sucks that you didn't get hooked up with me, because I would have had you basically like setting up your phone with like a battery so you could live stream it. The only thing that would be a problem that we'd have to figure out is like who your carrier provider is, and then how we're probably gonna bond up the network so that there's like a fuck ton of people there, like it's gonna be congested as shit.
I lost service. Like I was live on Facebook for a while when it first started, but then there was just so much like signal congestion that I couldn't get out. So
yeah, and it's going to be at the Lincoln Memorial, so there's expected to be a lot of people there. The one person that I'm actually shocked that's there, who could possibly have some presidential running in her future, is Tulsi Gabbard, because this would be like a major shit stain on her. But at the same time, I do find it funny that this rally is happening the same weekend that Nikki Haley announces that she's going to announce that she's running for president, who is one of the biggest fucking war hawks that we've had alongside John Bolton. Yeah. I find that all funny. It might wreck her in regards to, political aspirations in the future that she was here. But you know what? More and more people than not are anti-war. And that whole Dick Cheney, John Bolton, war hawk era is, it's not us anymore. It's not. So sorry, defense contractors, suck it.
Yep.
Well, they've been doing pretty good in the last year. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they made tons of money, dude.
Yep.
Yeah.
They made tons of the money.
And got rid of all their old inventory.
Yeah.
They cleared out all the old outdated stuff so the US can order all new fancy stuff.
Well, and I loved how Nikki Haley was like, it's time for a new generation. If you're over 75, you're out. I wanted to be like, bitch, you're like the young old people. Like you're a war hawk, just like the old ones are.
Yeah.
But just younger. Like shush. But that's just me.
Well, say hi to Tim Pool if you see him out there. He supposedly is going out there.
Oh, supposedly? I want to go out there. I'm going to be like, you son of a bitch. Tell me you're sorry.
I hope.
Yeah, exactly. He's just trolling.
Like, no, you're gang.
You never said. You never said you're sorry, Tim.
Tomorrow.
Be like, Tim, I drove all the way over here from Nevada just to hear you say you're sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
He's gonna
actually
be like, I don't even know who you are. Get away from me. Pepper spray me and shit.
I don't even care
I'm not
about
doing
Tim. The one that I'm going to be interested to see that shows up is Eliza.
Oh yeah.
That's the one that I'm literally going to be on the war.
So how
hawk
about her
with.
at Minds Fest speaking on an internet censorship
I know.
panel?
Yeah.
That's going to be a really fun one.
Well, she is an expert at censoring people. That makes total sense.
Interesting because of Ian's connections to Minds.
He is.
So,
and then Ian and her. Yeah, that's a really interesting.
Well, that's why she's on the
connection to
panel. That's literally why she's on the
connection to
panel.
Ian's junk.
Yeah.
Allegedly, because he never confirmed it.
Gene, what are you drinking down there?
What? Oh, this is iced tea.
He says it's iced tea, but it's obvious it's
tea
food.
drinker.
I was like, damn, bourbon straight shit.
No,
dog.
no.
Okay, so let's take some bets here, gentlemen. Okay, because I like a good bet. Let's bet what happens and what Eliza does for the Mind Fest.
But first, let's get a $10 donation coming in.
All right, super chat $10.
Roach
Tell
McGoats.
Tim to get me my check for me. It's a matter, or it's a principle of the matter. That's funny.
Didn't you hear,
McGoats.
Chris, you didn't actually send that text message or that super chat, didn't you hear? That's what Tim says.
Oh yeah, Tim says Scroats McGoats is fake.
He says Scroats
He
McGoats is
doesn't
fake
need
and he
you.
doesn't exist.
He says the real Scroats McGoats told him that he changed his mind and he still loves Tim. The fake one is the one that told him that he's leaving.
Doesn't matter. He doesn't need you.
No.
Bye.
He doesn't need us.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Thanks, Frost.
Oh wait, hang on. 20,000 unsubbed. Oh shit. Hang on.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
Give me money.
So far, 20,000. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they've staved off of the bleeding, but you know, like talking to my inside source that I've totally not named before or whatever has been pretty clear that, you know, like they're just trying to fix this shit. Like, but I still don't see how they're going to do it without some restructuring. But you know, that's not my job.
No, I wish they would hire me because that is my job.
That is
but
your job?
I kind of don't think they're going to. Yeah.
I mean, if they needed an IT guy or something like that, I would be working, and then Tim could try to you know, like I wouldn't be kissing Tim's ass. I'd be like, "Look, dumbass, that's fucking stupid. This is the way you need to do it," and then that's just the way it would have to be. And honestly, I think he would respect that more than just, you know, like everybody yes manning him all the time.
Well, according to Adam, he actually really liked the yes manning.
Oh yeah, he did actually.
Yeah.
He loves that.
Yeah,
Oh.
I think he's about the yes manning.
Yeah. So it's a
look
again. Lisa won't be at Mines. What? Somebody says that in chat.
Somebody says she's not coming.
No.
Yeah, I don't think she'll show. Honestly,
I don't think she'll
show.
Last I checked, she was still on the menu.
Place our bets, gentlemen. Let's place our
I don't
bets.
think.
Hey, whoa! We can only bet $1.
That's fine. I don't give a shit. But also, let's do a poll too. Can we do a poll that either A, she still shows up and goes balls to the wall in her silver alien suit. B, she backs out, or C, Mines is like, ring, ring, ring. Hey, girl, something came up and we can't have you come anymore. That's what she said.
I don't think we'll ever know if it's 3 or 4, but I think it's one of those.
All right, so
Yeah,
one
I
or
think
two.
it's just one of
That
those.
she still shows, or B, that she's pulled, she backs out, but she doesn't go.
Yeah.
Yeah, she might have too much competition.
Can we get a poll going? Do you want to do a poll?
Yeah, we.
Yeah, do you know how to set that up?
there we go. Okay, never mind. Oh yeah, something came up.
Something came up.
One of the cows had to be milked.
What?
She lives on a
Oh, for
farm.
her as a reason. Oh, I see. I
Yeah,
see.
you piece of shit. She lives on a farm. God,
She
read
does
the
live on a
fucking
farm. On her
I only
parents'
put 3
farm.
options on there.
Tesla
Read
on
the
that
fucking
farm.
article,
None.
Gene.
None. She couldn't go park it anywhere else in Illinois, but because it's not on the farm.
Yeah, it's not on the farm, so
that's a
she
joke.
doesn't have it.
Right.
All right, full disclosure, everybody. It really is a joke about the Tesla. There's no
That's
proof
been a
she has a
joke.
Tesla.
Yeah,
It's
there's
a
never
joke
been
the
any
whole
proof.
time.
We've been joking about it the whole time. We've been straight up that it's been a joke the whole time, but everybody still says, "Why do they keep saying I have a Tesla?" Because it's fucking funny. That's why. It's not true.
Just like why it wasn't some ulterior motive to set up a fake modeling website on a live stream.
I mean, seriously, that shit was funny. That shit was hysterical. Who does that? Me.
I don't know.
Only
My
person
new
that I
favorite
know.
is
I don't know
the,
anyone else.
Griftcast IRL.
My new favorite is gangstalker.net. That's my new favorite go-to. When I want to know about more about the gangstalkers.
Cloutgoblin.net.
Is there Clout Goblin too?
Oh, there's Clout Goblin.
Oh,
There
God.
probably is. I didn't
Someone
buy that
from
one. though.
Tugs Chat set that up.
Oh, really? That's great.
shit.
They're doing t-shirts.
Great.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Can we just talk about how awesome capitalism is?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm calling Cap on Clout Goblin.
Can we just talk about how great it is to not live in Russia right now and have this shit happen?
Yeah.
Like, oh
Mhm.
God. I mean, fuck third world countries. Fuck like medicine for people. Like, let's just talk about capitalism and making fucking troll websites. Let's get to it, folks. I mean,
Yeah.
like the fact that they still don't even understand that it's a joke, but they're calling it a gang stalker thing. It's like, do you know what like did you not go to a public high school or just high school in general? Have you not seen not another teen movie to where like people make fun of you for shit? Like,
Yeah.
this is the
I don't know.
equivalent.
Somebody does.
This
own
is
it.
what happens when you make all the kids wear bicycle helmets.
But whoever bought it is a clown because they haven't put anything up on it. So whatever. Don't be trying to pull my shit if you can't do it right away. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
Oh wow.
Although,
this
dude,
is interesting.
we've been going for a while, man. We're about ready to wrap this shit up in like 4 hours. We're gonna go longer than that. 'Cause I have to go get
What?
food.
It's up to you, dude. I'm not falling asleep yet.
No, you're not.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, good. Good, because I mean we've
Let it
grifted
fair
hard
bounce.
this fucking stream.
We have grifted pretty hard. I will agree with that.
Oh, she turned her camera off, so it just moves it to the
okay.
side.
Shift it all around.
Yeah, it just shifted all around because she turned the camera off.
Mm-hmm.
Because I could set it to be like, you know, right now I don't have the names up, but I could set it to have the names up and show non-video participants. But I just
I just checked. She's still showing up on the Minds thing.
Yeah, she's still listed.
Yeah.
They haven't pulled her yet.
Mm-mm.
So
no, they have it.
I'm
You know,
shocked
I
you
haven't
guys are
checked
still
to
going
see.
though.
Yeah,
I didn't
I'm
think
shocked.
I was gonna make it home in time.
Yeah, I figured that we would stay on as long so we can get you on, have you hanging out with us because we
I
got
mean-
people putting stuff out. Wait,
What's
why
up,
didn't
Nikki?
why isn't Eliza Bleu showing up in my feed?
Well, we could get a ticket. It's there. I think they had people return tickets, dude, because there was fewer available when I checked last time. They got tables available again.
Oh, really? For Minds Fest, they got tables available?
Yeah, 'cause they were
Hey.
sold out previously.
Y'all can hang now. She's gone. Grifty now. What's good, man?
What do you mean she's gone?
That's what it says in the
No,
chat.
that's what the chat
Oh, yeah.
says.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh.
The chat loves you.
No,
Even if they
guys,
didn't, I get
all
a shit,
jokes
no.
aside, Farron's awesome. She's
No, everybody here is awesome.
she's a quirky lady, but she's awesome and she holds her own, and that's more than enough. And this documentary is going to be fire. So is it Friday now, or is it?
No,
Sunday
it's actually
now?
going to be Sunday just before Simcast because there is one more person, and I'll totally expose it here. My good friend Megan Fox has actually done a number of human trafficking investigations, and she has been compiling a number of different reports that she's done. And we finally set the interview date to tomorrow morning, where we're going to kind of go through all of it. But if you saw kind of the preview to my documentary on my channel today, it starts kind of like where there's an expose of like when Lisa Ling was here, and they did a whole report when they were here. But then it goes into after how I talked to a number of sex trafficking survivors. I talked to a cop that exposed an entire house where they were selling kids. I talked to a father whose daughters were sex trafficked. He adopted them. They were in the foster care system. And then Megan is going to go into how the government is actually complicit and how the foster care system is one of the biggest, I don't want to say dealers, but like is in on, when I say in, they look the other way when it comes to
foster
trafficking.
kids end up in sex trafficking very often.
Yes.
Very
There are
often.
And so, go
a
ahead.
lot of weird coincidences.
Yes. And so, but also the other reason why is I talked to the composer of the documentary, and he was like, Farron, he's like, you know, TV times. He's like, if you put this out on Friday, it's going to get lost in the weekend cycle. He's like, you got to put it out on Sunday so that everybody's talking about it the following week. Part one is strictly about, you know, these survivors, what these people go through, and everybody that's kind of around human sex trafficking. Also, I will say it here, exclusive. The new title of the documentary is called dun, 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 This Tweet is No Longer Available.
Nice.
This tweet is no longer available. Oh,
That's
yeah,
a
if it doesn't
good
have Eliza
title.
Bleu in the name.
Because we do not want her name in the title because she'll love it, number one. But number two, it kind of
You'll
looks
get-
into all aspects of censorship, how sex trafficking isn't covered the way that it should be, how the censorship with Twitter, the censorship with Tim Pool, a number of different things. So that's the new title. This tweet is no longer available.
Awesome.
Well, that's some pretty good news right there. I like it. I like it a lot. Well, I think people are going to be pretty excited to be seeing that too. Because you've been working on it for long enough. Damn it.
Hey,
well, fuck.
2 minutes to talk about
I'm just messing with you, Farron. It's going to be great.
I was gonna say if I could hire an editor and all that other stuff, because a lot of people don't realize is that like I am the writer. I mean, granted, I did these interviews as well, and I have, you know, a team of like, you know, the I team, like the Grifty's a part of, Defango, Gene, everybody. But like, I'm having to like edit this video on my own. And I used to do this for the news, but it was like 7 minutes. I'm already at like 15 minutes in, and there's still like storyboards that I have done. And like, I am the editor, folks. I'm all
I
of
don't
that.
envy you. I don't
Hopefully
envy you.
in the future I can get a team going to where we can like, you know, get stuff out quicker or whatnot. Because I don't want this to be my last documentary now. I always said on my bucket list I wanted to have a documentary. Didn't think it was about be about this. But hopefully in the future I can afford a team. But again, this is all me doing this on my own. So
good.
Hire
good.
Scroats Magoats. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the trailer took me 13 hours, folks. So if that's any testament of how long, and if people watched me live do the fucking trailer,
Yeah, the
so you
trailer's
know
fire,
how.
though.
Yeah, it was fun
And
to
it got
make. I enjoyed
censored.
it.
And it got censored too when you uploaded
Immediately,
it as
yeah.
well.
Yeah.
This is hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess that means that we're all like pretty much good, but you know, I guess that we could probably end it here. I mean, we discussed the article and a whole bunch of other crap tonight, so I want to thank everybody that came and joined us today. Farron, Grifty.
Well, hang on, really
obviously
quick.
Sergi, what's up?
Can we get Grifty's take on the article?
Grifty's take? Do you have a take?
I do. I'm not you. I can't say what I would or wouldn't do in your situation. Getting the retraction has a ton of value, and pursuing this legally would cost a fuck ton of money. There's no doubt about that. I would like to think that maybe I'd have pushed back on some of the bullshit questions that were asked. Like every question tied back to Eliza. It really wasn't you. It wasn't about you, even in his interview with you. But that should have been. That's my issue. Is the way they drug your name through the mud, regardless of what's been done, like this fourth addendum part, whatever, it should have been a full-on retraction. And I think the way it was done and the fact that they used your exact words, like, yes, that's great, but I don't think that was the whole interview. I think I even heard you say it was still just a little part of it. So they still chose what part to use. And, you know, they could have taken I heard you talking about it earlier about how you have some ticks and they came up in the interview. They could have pulled a bunch of those likes out and stuff like that. And it's still an official quote. Like you're allowed to take that type of stuff out of a quote and still quote it.
Yep.
That's what I said. You know how many times I say like and It's bullshit.
The way they printed it, like I don't think it was handled to the point that I'd be satisfied. But I'm not you. And I don't know what the rest of the interview was. I think the questions the answers they put out definitely gave Eliza some outs from what you were saying, in my opinion. But I it's nothing but love. I mean, I can't put myself in your shoes. I can't imagine what it's like to be accused of the things they accused you of. And at the end of the day, if you didn't have a lot of interest to help crowdfund a lawsuit, if you had lawyers telling you it was a hard lawsuit, none of us know what happened behind the scenes. So I can't put myself in your shoes. And the most important part was that it is in print now. The only part of the article that is still accessible publicly is the part that says, hey, I wasn't part of this group. I gave them the court paperwork for the restraining order to show that I was a victim of this group. So that's where I'm at. I don't know. I think they're still up to some bullshit. So it's hard for me to have, too solid of a take on it. And at the end of the day, I don't know what it's like to have that type of weight on your shoulders. You said you were losing contracts over it and everything else. Sometimes that retraction in print is just worth more than, I don't know, keeping a fight going or, little petty shit.
It wasn't really a retraction, but just saying.
Right. It's definitely not a retraction.
A lot of people don't think it's a retraction, but it's what I asked for. At the end of the day, in my situation, it's good enough for me, and other people may disagree with it because they either have more money or they're living in a different situation than I am, but it's exactly what I needed. And you got to really understand the situation to know that this is the best possible outcome. There's just going to be a lot of people that are coming from the outside that just haven't been there, or don't really get like how fucking hard this was 4 or 5 years ago, and the fact that it was able to just be kind of cleaned up in this way still leaves it a little bit open, which some people aren't gonna like. They're still gonna talk about it, but at the end of the day, it's not on me anymore. It's always gonna be on Timcast and their reporting, and I'm not gonna be the guy that's fucking I'm not going to be putting the thumb screws on them because I'm a fan, okay? And even if this makes me a little bit less of a fan or whatever, at the end of the day, this wasn't about me to begin with, and it shouldn't be about me to be in the end, okay? It was always
and
about
that's where my
Eliza,
point's coming from.
Timcast, and the rest of them. So, as long as they publish, what I said, it's not the greatest, but you know what? Trying to get something out now in a timely fashion to me was more important than wasting time trying to explain something to Shane where he just doesn't really want to listen, and basically just kind of leaving it there. And if everybody else wants to talk about it, then they can come to me and talk about it, but outside of that, like, it's not going to be a focus of me, our time here on this show. Like, honestly, I feel like we've already been on too long, but we've been talking about other shit, talking about it. But like, I came on earlier, I wanted a solid just 30 minutes or so, just so that I could talk, like about it, because I think everybody else, wants to put the point of view in and, like really just, wax poetic about what's going on with it. But in reality, now the onus is not on me. It should have never been on me. They tried to put it on me, and that is gone. So, if you wanted a retraction, the fucking article's down. And then they put up my article. And I mean, you can say that's not a retraction, but the other ones aren't up. And the only thing people are seeing is this thing right here. And it may not be the best to you, but to me, it's the best that I could do with what I have. And that's
right. And that was my point. I said the same thing when Jeremy accepted Tim's apology. And I'll say it with you, it's not my fight. They didn't slander me. They didn't libel me. They, if it's good enough for you, then I have, I accept it. And it's not my spot to speak on. I'm not going to grift off of it. I'm not going to push it. Like, it is what it is. If you're happy with it, then that's all that anyone should really pay attention to. Now, make your own opinions of Tim. Follow him. Don't follow him. Do what you're going to do. But the one thing I'd say is I think you've learned that throwing a bunch of money at him isn't going to get him to cover a topic that you want him to cover. It's just putting money in his pocket. So I'd advise to not do that.
Yeah, just don't waste your time and money. Waste your money on people that actually are going to tell you what they were doing with it, appreciate it. And really, I think that's good enough for, like, at least the end of this one, because I got to go get food, take the dog out, all kinds of stuff. Like, can't be doing 4-hour, 5-hour streams anymore. That's just not good. So I want to thank
to
Leah,
be fair,
LRP.
though, there was a bunch of money coming through the entire time.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
And
that's what it's about.
Number
no
two,
shame.
I have to
That's
say
what it's about.
that Grifty, those were the most beautiful words I've ever heard, as far as forgiveness and redemption and coming to terms with what's out there. But speaking as somebody that was raised very fucking Italian, I would want a fucking horse head in somebody's bed. That's just me. But that's just me.
Yeah. Well, it's not just you, Farron. I wear a tracksuit.
I'm shy.
You can predict what I'm thinking right now.
Hey, what's going on, my man?
But look, at the end,
come on, get some gabagool. Come on over on Sunday. We'll have some.
Gotta take care of some things here. That's all.
So, all right, guys, go sub to my YouTube at Grifty. Catch me on Twitter. Defango's trying to get the fuck out of here, so I'm gonna push it. I'm out. I love you guys.
Me too.
Thank you for having me on. Till next time.
Love you guys.
Have a good one, man. See you later, Farron. Make sure you shout out your channels.
Love Defango. Have a good one, guys.
Adios.
All right. Well, I'm going to shout out the interview I did today. If you want to catch it in video, just look at this same channel and previous live streams. If you want to listen to it as a podcast while you're doing all kinds of useful activities, then go to podcast.sirgene.com.
Perfect.
That it?
Well, yeah, that's it. Thanks, Sergine. I
all right,
appreciate
bro.
you. Have a good one.
Adios, as always.
I'm out of here, too. I'm going to play these people out here and get the little ending screen going on.
Awesome.
And then, just give you some final thoughts. So, thank you to everybody that came through and, donated shitloads of money. We made like $500 this stream, which is pretty damn fucking good. We appreciate every single one of you guys to put it through. If I literally sat here and try to replay every single one of them fucking things, we would be here for fucking an hour probably, which is honestly the best thing that we could have ever thought out here. So it was great having Farrah come on, giving us her point of view on everything. It was great also having Turtle Boy jump in, and then obviously our man Grifty getting in and just giving us a little bit of the business on his end is also a fantastic thing for us. So appreciate you guys. We're going to be probably check it out for at least tonight, and then we'll be catching you guys tomorrow. And don't you worry, me and Gene are planning on breaking up more content so that we actually have more concise videos for you guys just on the topics that we're going through, because sometimes it's just too long for people. That's my thing. I've been trying to keep it less than 3 hours, but we're always going over, and I'm trying to figure out why, and I think I have figured out why, but it's just like how we figure out, I'm gonna have to put a timer on people. But that's the main reason that we actually do the super chat interrupts, is so that we got people stopping, from just going on forever, which is, I think, one of the main things that we got to do. But we'll all work through it and try to figure it out as we're working. But at the end of the day, the Griftcast is about you guys. It's about the grift, and we had a great grift today. So I appreciate you guys. We will see you tomorrow. We will definitely have some non-Eliza Bleu content for you. We're going to be talking about some other shit because, it's just time to move on. We got this Cindy Watson lawsuit. I know Big Papa Pump wants to go through everything, and I kind of want to talk about it, but it's just been weird. And I'm sure there's going to be something that pops up that everybody's going to be talking about. So hard to stop the grift, but it's time for the grift to go. Much love to every single one of you. The best worst show on the internet is now coming to a close. You ain't got to go home, but you ain't got to stay here. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye.